Chapter 1096. The night was dark and the wind was strong. At the Copper Sparrow Terrace, General Shinsei's son Lang carried a big black sack and descended from the sky. He landed lightly on the eaves of the 7th floor of the Copper Sparrow Terrace and opened the window of the room. The room was brightly lit. Princess Pingyang was in a daze in front of the table. Hearing the sound, she turned around and saw her master jump into the room. She put down the black sack on her shoulder and reached out to pull it. The black cloth was torn and her white dress fluttered. A beautiful water lotus flower bloomed, revealing a graceful figure and moving color. A beautiful woman. A beautiful woman. A beautiful woman with a cold temperament and a sad expression. She was secretly brought into the Copper Sparrow Terrace by her master in a sack and could not move. She was probably under a restriction. Princess Pingyang was startled at first, but then she stood up calmly and said with a smile, "Master is back. Should I prepare a room for Miss Shin? There are also tools like tendon softening powder, neutralizing strength pill, golden rope and jade lock, pulse fixing needle, etc. Should I prepare them for Master?" It was strange to kidnap a woman in the middle of the night. Sun Lang had already thought of an excuse, but he did not expect that Princess Pingyang would accept it so easily. This was a bit strange. If it was Chow Patao, it would be fine. Zhao Yunlong was obviously the kind of henchman who would let Sun Lang kill people and let Sun Lang set fires for her. However, Comrade Pingyang's state of mind had not risen to that level. She still had the heart of a curious baby. Why was she so obedient today? According to the normal development of the plot, when the female character saw the male protagonist kidnap a beautiful woman in the middle of the night, shouldn't the female character's expression change greatly, be in disbelief, and open her mouth to curse? He squinted and said, "Can't you misunderstand? I sneaked out in the middle of the night and then kidnapped a woman back. It's a bit strange, isn't it?" Princess Pingyang smiled gently and said, "Because it's Master." General Shinsei felt that something was not right and asked, "What do you mean?" The little princess said obediently, "Master is a good man. Why would he do something like this?" It sounded like he was praising and trusting General Shen's upright character. But Sun Lang didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt a faint sense of malice. He stared at his little disciple for a while and didn't find any flaws. Then he shook his head and stretched out his hand. Shin Yaohua's body involuntarily moved to the side and sat steadily on the chair. Sun Lang reached out to undo the woman's restriction. Shin Yaohua's body trembled slightly, and she finally regained her ability to move. As a beautiful widow, she was attacked by a well-known older virgin in the middle of the night. She should have been panicked, but there was no panic on her face. She didn't fight back, and she didn't even open her mouth to call for help. She just quietly stared at Sun Lang. Her expression was calm, but sad, and even a little disappointed. "You committed a crime in the middle of the street and kidnapped me. If word gets out, it will damage my reputation. You and he were comrades on the battlefield, and I often heard him mention you. Is this how you treat his widow?" Sun Lang looked calm and said lightly, "Don't try to shake me with words. It's useless. If we talk about reputation, you, a widow, are still in the palace in the middle of the night. You're not afraid of rumors." Princess Pingyang stood aside and listened obediently. When she heard the words, she stuck out her tongue at Sun Lang's back. Master was still the same as before. He didn't know how to speak at all. Before Shin Yaohua could answer, Sun Lang said again, "I brought you here to protect you. I had no choice but to use extreme measures. As for whether I let him down or not, you don't have the right to say it. I have the right to say it. Everything I did was to protect his last wish. I have a clear conscience. As for you, I don't have the slightest improper thoughts. I only have the heart to protect and respect you. You can rest assured that even if all the women in the world die, I won't have the slightest improper thoughts about you." Wow! Princess Pingyang was secretly speechless. Master was even worse at speaking than before. As expected, Shen Yaohua's face also became cold. He didn't expect this seemingly weak and aloof woman to express anger. She said lightly, "Then I'll repeat what I said during the day. Please don't self-righteously protect me and interfere with my life." Sun Lang shook his head and said, "Well, you don't have the right to say that." He wanted to say something else, but he suddenly tilted his head and listened attentively for a moment. He smiled faintly and said, You washed up quickly." Sun Lang and Shen Yaohua were stunned at the same time. They didn't understand what Sun Lang was talking about. But after a moment, a dull sound came from outside. Someone used lightness skill to rush up to the 7th floor and came to Sun Lang's door. "Marshal!" Shan Xiongxin, who was on duty tonight, shouted, "A large group of people is approaching. There are Imperial Guards." Sun Lang's answer was simple and to the point, "Get your weapons." Commander of War's order was swift and decisive. Shan Xiongxin shouted, "Commander of War's order, get your weapons." Shen Yaohua said coldly, "Kidnapping and detaining Swordmaster Chen Xing without permission. Even if you have great power and are an official, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with the public's criticism. Please let me go, I can." Sun Lang stared at her and said, "How can you accuse me of something I didn't do? When did I detain Swordmaster Chen Xing?" Shen Yaohua was a pure widow. She had been a standard lady since she was young. After she got married, she treated Brother Jean with respect. She had never seen such a troublemaker like Sun Lang, who spoke without thinking. She widened her eyes and didn't know if she should be angry or mocking him. Sun Lang had already waved his hand and said, "You sit here for a while. I'll send those idiots away. I'll talk to you in detail when I come back." Without waiting for Sun Lang's instructions, Ping Yang straightened her back and said, "Don't worry, Master. I'll take good care of Sister Shen." Sun Lang was not confident about the little princess's ability to do business. He said, "Although I've sealed her water power, you still have to be careful. If she makes trouble, you can use the methods in your book collection to deal with her. Don't be soft-hearted." Princess Pingyang blinked her eyes and said, "Book collection?" Sun Lang counted with his fingers and said, "It's those beep and Master." Pingyang, who had always been well-behaved, turned into a little tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Sun Lang giggled as he ran out of the door. Regarding this issue, he had long wanted to criticize his disciple. "Your master is the legendary Liu Bei, who controls 103,000 volumes of forbidden book. You actually went to read a book written by someone else. Really?" Sun Lang went downstairs and walked out. A group of generals dressed casually and walked out with their weapons. They followed the general out with a murderous look. Of course, this was just an act. Because Sun Lang did not give the order to prepare for war, tonight's matter was mostly just a show. Because it wasn't a formal call for battle, the generals' expressions were very relaxed. Moreover, they didn't mind chatting and laughing. When they saw Sun Lang, they said, "Commander, you've caused trouble again." Sun Lang snorted through his nostrils. He stretched out his finger and pointed at them one by one. "Bullshit, bullshit. It stinks unbearably. Vulgar words. Kai Jing, say something to let them hear." Kai Jing smiled and said respectfully, "Commander of War, there are unruly people trying to frame you again." Everyone burst into laughter. "Remember, this is the right way to think. I'm a first-class citizen of the imperial capital. Why would I do something against the law? There must be unruly people trying to frame me. Wait on top of the wall." Everyone jumped onto the temporary pavilion. They could already feel the shaking of the earth. A fire dragon came roaring from afar. It was a continuous stream of torches and galloping iron horses. The two people in the lead emitted a strong pressure. The vigorous sword spirit reflected each other and went straight to the sky. They were the two sword saints of the Wei family, the Tai Yin sword master and the Tai Yang sword master. Immediately someone sneered, "They don't come with good intentions." Sun Lang sneered, "They come with the momentum and show off their power." They have to see if I agree. He immediately let out a long howl, and the Mars sword aura tore through the sky. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was bestowed to me by His Majesty's golden words to support my family. This is private property, and trespassers will be killed without mercy. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Wei Shihe wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose. He could accept being defeated by Sun Lang. After all, he had nothing to say when his skills weren't as good as Sun Lang's. However, this bastard actually used that filthy thing to plot against him. This was blatant humiliation. He must use blood to wash away this humiliation. He said sternly, Sun Lang, you kidnapped a woman and detained the water-radiant sword saint. This is a serious crime. Even if you are a first-class official, you can't get away with it. Quickly hand over Sword Master Shen. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was silent for a moment. Wait, Pan Mei dug his ears and looked at his colleagues with a blank expression. What did he say the marshal did? Su Dingfang's tone was full of uncertainty. Kidnap a woman? Everyone looked at each other in dismay before bursting into laughter that shook the heavens. Kidnap your mother? Android laughed so hard that the fat on his face jiggled. He shouted at the top of his voice, you guys should put more effort into framing him. Commander of War would kidnap a woman? Why don't you say that His Majesty is rebelling? The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was enveloped in a cheerful atmosphere. Sun Lang's face was a little dark. Damn it, what's with this uncomfortable feeling? Wei Shihe was also caught off guard by the laughter. He then shouted, don't be unreasonable. I saw with my own eyes that he led Sword Master Chen Xing away. At the same time, the Imperial City was attacked. Is this fake? It was unknown which mischievous person shouted. We heard with our own ears that Commander of War had 10 women at night. He did not stop for 6 hours. He has been having fun in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion today. Is this fake? Then there was another round of laughter. Sun Lang kicked that blind idiot off the wall and then shouted, F*CKU, Wei Shihe. Why are you framing me? You said you saw me. Could it be that you saw my face? Wei Shihe pointed at Sun Lang and said hatefully, you are wearing a barbarian robe. This is the only one in the entire Imperial City. How hard is it to recognize you? I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Sun Lang shouted. Are you AF** King idiot? I went to the Imperial Palace in the middle of the night and I still wore my own clothes? Why didn't I wear my night clothes? Someone obviously copied my clothes to frame me. If you can't even see this, I think you must have been struck dumb by the sky demon in the Great Barren Mountains. Wei Shihe was furious. You. Sun Lang continued to shout, what about me? I saw with my own eyes that you were surrounded by a group of sky demon in the Great Barren Mountains. You were hung up and beaten. You were crying and begging Grandpa Sun to save you. The bad boys under General Shen's command laughed mockingly at the right time. Hikari Kensei was so angry that his face turned red. He knew that he could not argue with Sun Lang about this. He raised his sword and said sternly, the 7 Luminary Swordmaster is the pillar of the nation. Sun Lang giggled and said, don't you feel embarrassed boasting like this? I am embarrassed to boast like this. The generals were still hugging each other and laughing heartily. Wei Shihe gritted his teeth and roared, you are the biggest suspect in kidnapping Sword Master Chen Xing. I am carrying out my duty. You must open the Copper Sparrow Pavilion and let us in for a search. Sun Lang laughed. If you are looking for trouble, just say it. You are better off fighting your way in. Wei Shihe was simply furious. Ever since the battle at the Great Desolate Mountain, his heart had been shrouded in a layer of haze. He originally thought that several years of hard work and self-cultivation would be enough to break through this barrier. However, this damned monster had unexpectedly returned to the imperial capital and was even more arrogant than before. These past few days, he had repeatedly suffered setbacks and his state of mind was incomparably irritable. Today, he had been repeatedly teased by Sun Lang. For a moment, he suddenly felt a tyrannical killing intent that was strong enough to destroy everything sweep over his heart. He roared, "Do you think I don't dare?" Chapter 1097. Hikari Kensei's roar was like thunder, the sound waves surging through the clouds. "You think I don't dare?" His words were filled with hatred and rage, containing his vigorous true power. After all, he was the Sun Sword Master. His power was rarely seen in the world. With one roar, regardless of friend or foe, all the soldiers who were slightly weaker had a change in expression, their footing became unstable. It was obvious that the roar had shaken their souls. Seeing that, Sun Lang immediately shouted, "Are you wailing for your mother?" In terms of power, General Shunsei was stronger than 7 luminaries sword master. His vulgar words were able to dissolve Wei Shiha's sound wave roar, stabilizing the mental state of the soldiers. It was truly domineering. He was about to imitate Zhuge Liang's wisdom, and speak in front of the two armies, even if he could not scold Wei Shiha to death. He still wanted to make him lose face and lose face. Who knew that Sun Sword Master's eyes would turn scarlet red, the dazzling sun sword chi would soar into the sky, the light of the sun revolved. Without saying anything, he ferociously slashed towards Sun Lang. What the fuck? Sun Lang was taken aback. This turn of events was truly out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, the Sun Radiance Sword Saint should not be so stubborn, jumping up and down at the slightest provocation. What was going on? He was startled. Could it be that your mother is really dead? Wei Shiha released a beast-like roar. The sword aura was resplendent, becoming denser and denser, his killing intent rising like a tide. Sun Lang took out the Chaos Sacred Sword. As expected of General Shunsei, Sky Aeon Martial Merit was an experienced soldier. His reaction was extremely fast. His quick wit was outstanding. Facing Wei Shiha's blazing light wheel, he did not even think and shouted, "Wei Shiha is rebelling." The generals had worked with him for a long time, and they had a tacit understanding from the bloody battle of Sky Aeon. When Wei Shiha made his move, everyone immediately retreated. The aftermath of the battle between the two sword saints was not small. There was no need for them to stay on the spot. After all, Commander of War was going to win. These generals of the Northern Theater of Operations still maintained the alertness and battle instincts of war. As they retreated, they all summoned the Imperial Army. The multicolored light shone majestically, the killing intent shooting out like a bull. They all summoned their subordinates, and then responded together. Wei Shiha is rebelling. With a dazzling light explosion, the two sacred swords clashed. With a loud boom, the dazzling light dispersed the darkness and lit up the starry sky, as if lightning snakes that tore apart the sky lit up in the deep night sky, illuminating the entire capital as if it was daytime. The sun exploded and the red fire burned. Except for a few elite masters, everyone else closed their eyes in this violent light. With the clash of the sacred swords as the starting point, it was as if heavenly fire had swept across the area, turning it into a lonely darkness, forming a burning domain. In the illusory but continuous light fog, the sword energy ran, and the illusionary light flashed. The two sword saints who stood at the top of the martial Tao of Huda Earth started a fierce battle. Form the formation to defend against the enemy. Android's imperial army was a pair of claws, 10 fingers like blades, connected by iron chains, like the claws of an eagle, like the hands of a tiger, and countless barbs and poisonous thorns. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that it was a cruel and terrifying weapon. He was one of the few masters under Sun Lang's command, and he was not afraid of the aftermath of the battle between the two sword saints. He strode toward the people of the Forbidden Palace outside and shouted, "Wei Wangshu, your brother killed an important official of the imperial court for no reason. Are you going to make a move as well?" Wei Wangshu was still expressionless, but a trace of doubt and anxiety flashed in the depths of her eyes. Her brother's sudden attack on Sun Lang was beyond her expectations. But now that things had come to this, Wei Wangshu could not stop her brother, because that would mean showing weakness. The two of them advanced and retreated together. Not only did they bear the dignity of the Sun and Moon Sword Saint, they also represented the face of the imperial court. Tonight they had come with great momentum, so how could they leave with their heads covered in dirt? She did not say a word. She stared at the situation in the light fog and was secretly shocked. That person had become even stronger. The Grand Moon Sword Saint's palms were sweaty, and she was shocked. She was also one of the few masters in the world, and she was watching this battle as a spectator. Very soon she saw the clues that made her feel shocked. Now the two sides had just started fighting, and the battle was in a stalemate. They were evenly matched, and it seemed like they were locked in a stalemate. But Wei Wangshu realized that Sun Lang was already unimaginably strong. The sun was blazing, and it cleansed all the evil and darkness. The Sun's sacred sword was unparalleled in its ferocity. It was the first imperial army in the world with pure yang energy. Sun Lang was holding the sacred sword of fire, and he was evenly matched with it. He was actually able to control the range of the aftershocks to a mere 100 feet. Yes, it was only 100 feet. Two of the most powerful cultivators in the world, two of the fiercest monarch weapons of the Hoodoo Earth monarch weapons. The battle between two sword saints was limited to a range of only 100 feet. Then, what should she do now? Wei Wangshu's mind was in a mess. Since she was a martial artist, she was not an indecisive person. But the situation in front of her was very troublesome. First, her brother took the risk without saying anything, and then there was this awkward situation. For a moment, the Grand Moon Sword Master was hesitant, and she was in a dilemma. Should she join forces with her brother to attack Sun Lang? The incident at the Great Desolate Mountain was not far away, and the nightmarish scene had not dissipated. Now, Sun Lang was even stronger than before. Even if the Sun Moon Sword Saint joined forces, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Or, while her brother was busy with Sun Lang, they could break into the Copper Sparrow Terrace to find Xin Yaohua. This seemed to be the most correct way. After all, they were here tonight for Xin Yaohua. If they could find the kidnapped Water Radiant Sword Saint in the Copper Sparrow Terrace where Sun Lang was staying, then Sun Lang's situation would become very awkward, and the two of them would be able to turn the tables tonight. But Wei Wangshu's phoenix eyes turned, taking in the surrounding situation into his eyes. Beside her were the guards of the imperial city. Everyone looked a little uneasy. After all, they were ordered to act at their own discretion tonight, and not to capture the traitor Sun Lang. However, Hikari Kensei had started fighting without saying anything, and the target of the battle was Master Sun, who had been very arrogant recently. Fighting against such a legendary figure, everyone would feel weak. They could not count on him. On the other hand, the morale of the enemy was obviously very high. The group of former Japanese generals under Sun Lang were fully equipped and controlled the imperial army. They led the elite soldiers of the imperial army into a battle formation. They were the elite soldiers who had fought against the Sky Demon in outer space. They had been through many battles and faced countless strong enemies. They were very experienced, had high morale, and cooperated well with each other. They formed a strong defense formation, and even with the power of the lunar sword, it would not be easy to break through. Unless she did not care about anything and went on a killing spree. But she did not dare to. If Sun Lang went crazy again, or even acted out the old incident at the Great Desolate Mountain, who would be able to bear the responsibility and consequences? She had to consider the hundreds of lives in the Wei family, not to mention the distant future. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to break into the Copper Sparrow Terrace, looking at all the pavilions and buildings, who would know where Sun Lang hid Xin Yaohua? They could not possibly search every room, could they? When Wei Wangshu thought of this, she was even more at a loss. She looked at the center of the battle and was secretly anxious. "Brother, Why did you not discuss with me before making such an unwise move? You are not usually like this. What do you want to do? Forget it, forget it. I will fight Sun Lang together with my brother. Even if I lose, I can let the officials in the imperial court know that Sun Lang is powerful enough to suppress the 7 luminaries and break the rules. This will make them more cautious. Under the hazy moonlight, the tiny sword quietly formed with the help of the radiance of the solar sacred sword. Wei Wangshu was just about to support her brother and perform a joint attack when she heard Wei Shihe roar again. Jia Ing. His voice was filled with indescribable madness, anger, hatred, and even fear. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Wei Wangshu's expression suddenly changed. What was going on? How could her brother say such a thing? Although the aftermath of the battle between the 2 sword saints was firmly restrained, not only did it not damage the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, but it also did not affect the soldiers of both sides. However, even so, the fierce battle between the 2 strongest imperial army in the world still caused a huge explosion of power. The flames burned brightly like the sun in the sky. Not only did the warriors in the imperial capital feel it, but even the ordinary civilians could see the dazzling radiance that was like the sun. They also heard Hikari Kensei's roar that was filled with hatred and madness. Jiaing, I don't believe that I can't kill you. This sentence came out of nowhere and was inexplicable, but anyone could hear the intense emotions contained in the words. And that name caused many people's expressions to change. That was a taboo, the protagonist of an old story, a person who should have been buried in the dust of history. That person now had a new name, Sun Lang. In the vast imperial capital, there were millions of people, but only a very small number of people could relate this to the past from this roar that came out of nowhere. Who wanted to kill Jiaing? Why was Jiaing killed? And why was Jiaing not killed? Wei Wangshu's mind was in a mess. Then she felt countless eyes looking at her. The soldiers under Sun Lang's command all had cold expressions, and a cold murderous aura that condensed into frost was spreading. Just now, the Empire's Sun Sword Master personally admitted to the crime that they failed to commit in the Great Desolate Mountain. Of course you can't kill Jiaing, because Jiaing is already dead. In stark contrast to the crazy roar, there was an extremely calm sigh. It was as if he was just stating a matter of course. A formless yet powerful aura spread out and instantly dispersed the shrouding light fog, suppressing the omnipresent sunlight sword that shone on everything. Sun Lang held fire glory with both hands and swung it upwards. The Sun Glory Sword Master's body was thrown high into the air and was immediately swallowed by thousands of rays of intense light. Wei Wangshu let out a sorrowful cry. Brother! Your brother isn't dead. Sun Lang held the sacred sword in his hand and looked at the sky. The flames dispersed and the light illuminated the night sky. Wei Shihe flew in the sky with sword in hand, flames that had yet to be extinguished lingering around his body. The Sun Glory Sword Master's body also started to blossom with dazzling light. That light covered his body as if it was a robe that Great Sun Sovereign had personally presented to him. But he seems to have gone crazy. After saying that, Hikari Kensei in the sky turned around and dove down, rushing towards the ground with a tail of light like a meteor. If you don't want him to be stripped of his title of Sword Saint and be nailed to the pillar of shame for massacring innocent civilians and implicate his family, Sun Lang said calmly, work together with me and restrain him first. Chapter 1098. Wei Shihe activated the power of the sun, and the light shone on his body. He was like the sun in the sky, descending from the sky with thousands of rays of light. His momentum was extremely great, and it was especially eye-catching in the dark night sky. It was like the Buddha's palm. Sun Lang said, "Join hands with me." Wei Wangshu heard this and instinctively refused. They were not on the same side at all. Moreover, why would she decide to fight against her brother with him just because of Sun Lang's few words? But she did find that her brother's condition was very wrong. First, he was furious and started to fight with Sun Lang without caring about anything. Then, he lost his composure and shouted out something that he should not have said. Her brother had obviously lost his mind today. She used the Taiyin sword to protect herself and ordered the Imperial Guards to retreat. She put up a defensive posture and ignored Sun Lang's suggestion. Stupid! General Shinsei shook his head calmly and sighed. Wei Wangshu said coldly, "You are so powerful, why do you have to join hands with me?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "You are right." The 4 elements were activated, and the light waves danced. The Chaos Sword rolled up a blazing sword aura, and the 5 elements evolved and changed again. Red fire burned into earth, thick earth gathered into mountains, and rocks turned into gold. Mountain rocks turned into water, multiplying its power, and turned into a tsunami of water's spiritual energy. It was the perfect counter to the power of the sun that belonged to the power of the sun. Water was ever-changing, flowing and changing, but it was soft and firm. Flowing and flowing were the essence of the water element. Facing Wei Shi and the meteor that was crashing down, the ever-changing water element's spiritual power spread out layers of nets, like a whirlpool, constantly wearing down the burning and terrible heavenly fire. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The water flow was ever-changing. After slightly blocking Wei Shiha's momentum, the gentle water flow instantly turned into a tsunami that could destroy everything. Softness turned into toughness, vast and powerful. Sun Lang struck out with his sacred sword and shouted, "Go to hell!" In the midst of Wei Shiha's painful roar, Hikari Kensei was thrown into the air again. Sun Lang took advantage of the opportunity to swing his sword and fly up, chasing after Wei Shiha, who was floating in the air. The sky was filled with sword shadows and flame power, accompanied by Hikari Kensei's painful roar and counterattack. The rumbling and shocking confrontation continued to shake the entire imperial capital. The 2 sword saints had unleashed their true power. The battlefield had already shifted to the sky, so Sun Lang didn't need to control the aftermath of the confrontation. He used all of his strength to deal with Wei Shiha. The might of the 2 sacred swords' confrontation was naturally astonishing. Explosions of light flashed continuously, and streams of fire shot out. Streams of raging flames were blown away by the exchange of chi waves, whistling as they fell in all directions. This was the burning flame from the holy swords. Once it landed on a house, it would definitely ignite a terrible fire that could not be extinguished by ordinary water. Sun Lang's voice came from the sky, "Go and stop it! Don't hurt anyone!" The generals and the others looked at Wei Wangshu and hesitated. If they went to stop the aftermath of the confrontation, the defense of the Copper Sparrow Terrace would be weak, and this woman would definitely take advantage of the situation and no one would be able to stop her. Moreover, the eyes of the pragmatists, led by Android, flashed with cold light. If the flames scattered in all directions and fell into the residences, it would ignite a raging fire and kill some people. Wei Shiha's sword Saint of Sun would be done for. After all, he was the one who took the initiative to cause trouble tonight, and attacked Sun Lang without permission. Not to mention that he attacked a first-grade official of the Imperial Court, he also harmed innocent people. When the time came, there would be a lot of discussion in the Imperial Court, and Sun Lang's side would exert more force, and it would be enough to destroy this damned bird's reputation and send him back home to eat rice. Just when everyone was hesitating for various reasons, Sun Lang shouted again. "What are you waiting for?" The generals suddenly came to their senses. Except for a few heartless and cold-blooded fellows, the others' faces were immediately red. Today, the fire was raging and innocent lives were threatened. As soldiers of the Empire and officials of the Imperial Court, how could they be so cold-blooded to calculate the gains and losses? The height of the Imperial Court made the officials high and mighty. They made the national policy, influenced the world, and controlled the whole world with their own strength. In the long run, even the most sincere people would slowly change their minds and see human lives as simple numbers. They would get used to weighing the pros and cons and sacrificing a small number of people. They were not like this in the past, but in the 2 years after the success of Tianyuan and the imperial court rewarded them, they lost their leader and spiritual mentor. Fortunately, the commander of war had returned. Fortunately, the commander of war was still the same commander of war. The generals immediately mobilized the imperial army and spread out to extinguish the burning flames. They were all powerful generals from Tianyuan. Although they were no match for Hikari Kensei, the imperial army was more than enough to stop the aftermath of the battle. It was just that this way, the defense of the Copper Sparrow Terrace would be declared empty. The Grand Moon Sword Master, who was watching from the side, could completely charge in. Wei Wangshu stood in a daze. She was in a dilemma. She listened to Sun Lang's unhesitant order, and looked at the generals who were moving away to stop the heavenly fire. Then, she looked at her brother who was roaring in the air and pouring down the sun radiance sword aura without hesitation. She gritted her teeth and waved the lunar radiance sacred sword. The Grand Moon Sword rose, as if a second moon had risen in the sky. Silver light scattered and frost condensed. The heavenly fire flowing from the sun radiance sacred sword instantly disappeared and was swallowed by the darkness. In such an intense battle, Sun Lang's voice was still very leisurely. At least you have some sense of responsibility as a sword saint. Wei Wangshu's beautiful face was cold. While blocking the heavenly fire, she observed the battle in the sky. Her brother was in a difficult battle. Sun Lang had firmly gained the upper hand, but General Shunsei did not seem to have the intention of winning quickly. The battle was still in a stalemate. The lunar radiance sword saint suddenly had a bad feeling. He was stalling for time. She shouted, "Brother! Shiha! Stop it!" Now that the two sword saints were fighting in the middle of the night, everyone in the imperial capital only needed to raise their heads to see the bright flames shining in the dark night sky. The momentum was so great that no one could ignore it. The imperial court would definitely not sit by and watch the battle continue. Before long, various forces would arrive to intervene. Wei Shiha had attacked Sun Lang for no reason previously. No matter what, he could not justify himself. However, her brother turned a deaf ear to her shouts. He desperately urged the Sun Radiant's spiritual energy and launched a crazy attack on Sun Lang, as if the other party was his irreconcilable enemy. "That's why I said you were stupid." Sun Lang's calm words were fanning the flames. "If you had joined forces with me to take him down earlier, you would have had something to say. Unfortunately, you gave up this opportunity." Wei Wangshu said sternly, "What did you do to him?" "That's even more stupid," Sun Lang said. "If I had the ability to make him go crazy, why would I wait until now? Wouldn't it be better to let him lose control in the imperial palace and start a massacre?" At this moment, a strong beam of light shot from the distance and shone on the sky where the two were fighting. Wei Wangshu's beautiful face turned pale. Imperial astronomer. This meant that the official forces of the Earth Empress had responded to the battle here. The huge state machine was about to wake up, and the violence of the strongest country in the world would be projected here. In the direction of the imperial city, an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. The pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon rose in the imperial palace. In the distance, the cavalry roared. The splendor of the imperial army rushed into the sky. The dragon spear army rode on Cheongchi beasts. The sharp vanguard battalion rode on flying swords. The brilliance of the powerful imperial army flashed. In the sky and on the ground, the elite military forces were gathering here. The Copper Sparrow Terrace became the center of the storm. Sun Lang frowned slightly. The imperial astronomer controlled the celestial stabilizer, which was capable of tracking the movements of the monarch weapons in the world and locking on to their positions. The exquisite instrument emitted a blazing radiance, locking on to the positions of the two sacred sword masters. Strange beasts soared, flying swords flew, the dragon spear army spread out the heaven net, and the sharp vanguard battalion spread out the earth net. They spread out to seal off the routes and set up an aerial battle formation, surrounding Sun Lang and Wei Shihe in the center. The leading general was wearing an iron mask and holding the 8-feet dragon spear. He raised the commander's seal in his hand and said, "By the order of the Martial Arts Hall, the Imperial Army admonishes that it is a serious crime to attack the Imperial Army in the capital without permission. The two of you, quickly withdraw the Imperial Army." Sun Lang said indifferently, "Hikari Kensei and Wei Shihe gathered their men and went to my property to cause trouble. They even used their weapons and tried to assassinate me. I am just defending myself." The general said sternly, "If you want to defend yourself, you can go to His Majesty and the Martial Arts Hall to explain yourself. Now that the Martial Arts Hall's order is here, I want you to withdraw your weapons immediately." Sun Lang shrugged his shoulders, and the confusion's sacred sword turned into a stream of scarlet flames and dissipated. Since his weapon was withdrawn, Hikari Kensei roared and slashed the sun's sacred sword, Solar Ring Gorgeous Slash, at Sun Lang violently. The divine stratagem general took a few steps back, and his water element spirit energy was as soft as a spring, dispelling the sun's sword chi and pushing the saint's sword chi away. At the same time, he shouted, "Hey, I've already put away my weapon, where's his?" That Iron Mask general shouted, "Hikari Kensei and Wei Shihe, the Martial Arts Hall's order is here. I order you to put down your weapon, stop your hostile actions, and return to the Martial Arts Hall with me to accept the Martial Arts Hall's interrogation." Wei Shihe turned a deaf ear and continued to chase after Sun Lang. Sun Lang dodged and defended while shouting, "He is crazy. You guys better use force." That dragon spear army general was wearing an iron mask, and no one could see the change in his expression. However, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He still shouted, "Wei Shihe, put down your weapon." However, he didn't take any further action. Sun Lang waited for him to shout for the 4th time before he looked over indifferently. While blocking Wei Shihe's attacks, he said calmly, "I am Sun Lang. I am talking to you guys. Wei Shihe has already gone crazy. You guys better fulfill your duty and take him down by force. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." That general said coldly, "I am following orders. I don't need your guidance." Sun Lang nodded and said, "I understand." He stopped retreating and faced Wei Shihe, who had a crazed expression on his face. The Mars sacred sword materialized in the blazing flames, and the sword tip gave off a scorching radiance. The general of the Dragon Spear army shouted, "Sun Lang, withdraw your Imperial army." The sword aura was unstoppable, and the 4 elements moved back and forth. The power of the raging waves blasted Wei Shihe away, and he crashed into the heavenly net set up by the Dragon Spear army. Chapter 1099. Hikari Kensei was caught off guard and was hit by Sun Lang's home run. Accompanied by a furious roar, Wei Shihe charged toward the sky net set up by the Dragon Spear army. From afar, the sound and light effects were extremely powerful, and it was as if a god was flying through the air. The general of the Dragon Spear army shouted, "How dare you!" Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Shihe crashed into the sky net woven from golden threads. This was the 1,000 weaves of the Imperial Army, and it was a composite magical equipment. It was used to capture and hunt powerful enemies, regardless of whether they were powerful martial artists or ferocious monsters. Once it enveloped them, the entire sky net would immediately react and gather the power of every thread in the net toward the prey. It would attract and bind the prey, negating their struggles and resistance. However, after Wei Shihe crashed into the sky net, this composite Imperial Army armor only flashed with a golden glow. It did not have any effect of binding the enemy. The Sun Sword Saint felt as if he had crashed into a trampoline, and a huge recoil was sent flying back toward Sun Lang. The general of the Dragon Spear Army roared, "The two of you, put down your weapons and surrender." Sun Lang let out a mocking laugh. "How pitiful," he said to the general leading the army. The other party's voice was extremely cold. "The army has arrived, and the order has been issued. As a general of the imperial court, you disregarded the laws of the country and carried a weapon to commit a crime. How should you be punished?" Sun Lang smiled. "If you like it, say a few more words." That person said coldly, "Do you think that the laws of the empires are unable to punish you?" General Shinsei grinned. "That's right. What else can I do?" The sacred sword of Mars ignited with crimson flames. Its sword aura was scorching as it collided with the sacred sword of Sun Glory. There were no tricks in this attack. It was the purest collision of energy. The sacred sword of Sun Glory and the sacred sword of Fire Glory were both of the Yang attribute, and they were the most ferocious divine weapons in the world. When they collided with each other, it was as if two super bombs had exploded at the same time. Visible white air currents swept across the sky, and then a huge fireball of astonishing intensity expanded. With a deafening sound, countless streams of fire shot out in all directions. At this moment, the Sky Net had been formed, and the Dragon Spear Army and the Sharp Edge Army were naturally the targets of the Dragon Spear Army at the same time. The two composite Imperial Army armor glowing brilliantly and swallowed the shockingly hot flames. This tied down their energy. Just as the general of the Dragon Spear Army was about to issue a warning, he heard Wei Shihe roar in pain again. A fierce battle broke out in the sky. Taking advantage of this tit-for-tat explosion, Sun Lang used his all-pervasive winding fingers to sneak in. Using slow to fight fast, using softness to overcome strength. The 24 simplified Tai Chi fist exercises that he had blindly learned in school in his previous life had been perfected, verified, and sublimated in this world. It exploded with astonishing power, combining strength and softness, seamlessly switching between move. A sudden clap of thunder broke out in the spring rain. Sun Lang first transformed and then attacked. He smashed Wei Shihe's face with a move, blocking, and hammering him into the sky net created by the Dragon Spear Army. The Sun Sword Saint once again turned into a shooting star and crashed into the sky net. The general of the Dragon Spear Army ignored Wei Shihe and shouted at Sun Lang, "I'm warning you for the last time. Immediately withdraw the Imperial." Before he could finish speaking, a resplendent sword chi soared into the sky and chased after Wei Shihe. The general of the Dragon Spear Army took a deep breath and raised the dragon spear in his right hand, preparing to issue an order. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he had to do. He knew what he had to face. This was his mission. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. Wei Shihe crashed into the Skynet. As usual, he was not restrained by the combined Imperial Army. He was prepared to use the recoil to make a comeback, but Sun Lang's sword chi had already shot through the sky. This powerful and domineering force landed squarely on Wei Shihe's body, causing the Sun Sword Saint to roar in pain. But that was all. With the sacred sword in hand and the solar fire divine light protecting him, how could he be injured so easily? The pain only increased the Sun Sword Saint's ferocity. Wei Shihe was about to use his innate sun spiritual energy to counterattack, but at this moment, a powerful and invisible force restrained his body. The sky net had been activated. The general of the Dragon Spear Army was shocked. He suddenly looked at his subordinate. The soldiers who were controlling Tian Luo were also shocked. Just a moment ago, they realized that they had lost control of Tian Luo. It was as if someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and bypassed them to give Tian Luo an order to subdue the enemy. Hikari Kensei struggled violently. The solar fire divine light surrounding his body erupted once again. The solar fire divine light resisted the restraining power of the sky net. The Sun Sword Saint was one of the 7 luminaries, and was very powerful. They were the first-rate imperial army of Hutu and had the power of the sun. Now that they had erupted, the pressure on the sky net increased greatly. The members of the Dragon Spear Army, who were controlling the heavenly net, sensed the instability of the heavenly net and subconsciously began to counterattack and fight against Wei Shihe. Faced with this unforeseen event, the general of the Dragon Spear Army gritted his teeth. Before he could make a decision, Sun Lang's sword aura rose again and made the decision for him. Another sword chi landed on the Sun Sword Saint's body. This time, Wei Shihe didn't even let out a cry of pain. It was as if this shocking and majestic sword chi didn't hurt him at all. However, the solar fire divine light surrounding the Sun Sword Saint suddenly erupted. It was like a bucket of dynamite that had been stained with sparks. The scorching and terrifying solar fire divine light spread along the meridians of the sky net and burned toward the Dragon Spear Army soldiers, controlling the many nodes of the sky net. Like the omnipresent and all-pervasive sunlight, the terrifying solar fire divine light spread and burned, easily injuring the human body. The Dragon Spear Army soldiers with weaker cultivations were already groaning and screaming. The general of the Dragon Spear Army was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. How could he not see that this was done by Sun Lang? He shouted, "Sun Lang, what are you doing?" Sun Lang laughed and said, "Of course I'm helping you capture the crazy traitor." He used his actions to express his intentions. He slashed out several more sword chi toward the nodes of the Skynet. The seemingly invincible and majestic sword chi didn't destroy the Skynet. Instead, it seeped into it and stabilized the Skynet that was on the verge of collapse from the solar fire divine light. The golden light shone once again, and the strings of the Imperial Army suddenly tightened. Wei Shihe, who was trapped within, cried out in pain. With Sun Lang's help, the Imperial Army of the Skynet displayed an even more powerful strength. The tough golden strings extended and started to wrap around Wei Shihe's limbs and body. The strings tightened and blocked the burning of the solar fire divine light. They broke through the Sun Sword Saint's defense and left deeper and deeper wounds on his skin. The situation seemed to be stabilizing. Wei Shihe, who had gone crazy, seemed to be under the control of the Skynet. The general of the Dragon Spear Army's eyes flickered. This wasn't the outcome he wanted to see. He was coldly calculating in his heart. He looked at a few of his deputies and secretly gave orders. After the arrangements were completed, he looked at Sun Lang and said coldly, "Wei Shihe has been captured. Sun Lang, put down your weapons immediately." He only received a mocking sneer in response. There was also a sentence that was read aloud without any sincerity. "Ayaya," Sun Lang said, "something bad has happened." The Skynet Imperial Army that had already firmly restrained Wei Shihe broke apart. The golden strings continued to disintegrate, as if they were unable to resist the terrifying power of the solar sword. The spindles in the hands of the Dragon Spear Army continued to explode. This meant that the Skynet Imperial Army was gradually losing control. Wei Shihe's struggle became more intense, and this accelerated the collapse of the Skynet Imperial Army. In an instant, a chain reaction occurred. The extremely tough Skynet Imperial Army formation was declared to be broken. In the sky, Hikari Kensei, who had regained his freedom, roared towards the sky. Pain, restraint, anger, all the injuries and pain he had suffered before fueled his rising, killing intent. The sacred sun sword emitted a dazzling brilliance as it floated around its master, emitting a sharp sword hum. Wei Shihe opened his red eyes and scanned his surroundings with a pure desire to destroy. Sun Lang heartlessly said sarcastically, "He's going to eat people." The aura of the solar sword swept across. Wei Shihe raised his hand and unleashed an AoE attack. The dozen or so Dragon Spear Army soldiers closest to him were caught off guard, and were immediately engulfed by the blazing sword light. They didn't even have the time to scream before they were completely annihilated from this world. Sun Lang turned pale with fright and shouted in fear, "Wah!" Then, he quickly retreated in fear. Wei Shihe scanned his left and right. His red eyes were filled with a beast-like desire to destroy. His rationality disappeared and his killing instinct took control of his powerful body. He remembered the pain he had just suffered. After breaking free from the despicable trap, of course, he would launch the cruelest revenge on the reckless hunters. He roared and the solar sword rushed into the sky, emitting a dazzling light. It was as if the sun had risen in the night sky. Countless rays of sword aura shot out like a waterfall and swept towards the chaotic dragon spear army. Rebellion! Rebellion! Wei Shihe has rebelled. Sun Lang yelled at the side. General who is here under the orders of the martial arts hall, quickly capture this rebellious and crazy person. Defend the laws of the imperial court and the dignity of the empire. Protect us law-abiding citizens. Wei Shihe had already rushed into the dragon spear army's battle formation and massacred the despicable enemies who had plotted against him. Soldiers were constantly being burned into ashes by the solar fire divine radiance. The leading general was already in a terrible fix as he gathered his subordinates and fought against Wei Shihe. How could he have the time to care about Sun Lang's nonsense? The lunar sword rose and the moonlight shone. Wei Wangshu finally couldn't stand it anymore. Putting aside the fact that her brother's condition wasn't right, she couldn't allow her brother to massacre the Empire's soldiers. "Brother, stop!" She mobilized the lunar spiritual power and tried to trigger the resonance of the solar explosion. At the same time, she called out and tried to dissuade her brother. However, the scarlet flames swept across and the sword aura slashed down. Sun Lang blocked in front of her. "What are you going to do?" he said calmly. "This general is here under orders. How can we interfere? If you go up now, you might get yelled at by him. Just watch." Wei Wangshu panicked. "Get out of the way," Sun Lang said indifferently. "What did you do when I asked you to team up with me? I gave you the chance, but you didn't grab it. It's too late now. You should think about how to get yourself out of this." The longer the time dragged on, the more people Wei Shihe would kill, and the more serious the consequences would be. Wei Wangshu didn't hesitate this time. The lunar sword turned into a hazy moonlight, and the sword intent was clear and everywhere. It pierced towards Sun Lang. "Wah!" Sun Lang dodged and parried the attack while shouting, "Wei Shihe's sister can't hold it in anymore. She wants to save her brother. These siblings are her accomplices. The Wei clan has rebelled. The entire Wei clan has rebelled." These words were extremely noisy in Wei Wangshu's ears. Her mind was in a mess and she became more anxious. Just as she wanted to increase her strength and attack, she saw Sun Lang's cold and indifferent gaze. "If you don't want to become a lunatic like your brother, I advise you to use the lunar sword less." Wei Wangshu's heart trembled. She shouted, "What did you say?" "A piece of advice," Sun Lang said, "just like how I advised you to team up with me. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." After he finished speaking, he opened a path for her. "If you want to go, then go. At least I can see a tragedy of siblings killing each other. It'll be fun." In the sky, the dragon spear army was forced to retreat. After losing the Imperial army, they were caught off guard and couldn't form an effective defense or counterattack in a short period of time. Many lives were lost, and the onlookers were just watching. Sun Lang, the generals of the Shinsei, and the sharp vanguard battalion that had been lying in wait after setting up the Earth net. There were many factions in the Imperial court, and politics was a game of compromise. Everyone had their own stand. It had always been like this. However, the Dragon Spear Army and the Sharp Vanguard Battalion were the first batch of people to fly over. Now that the situation had changed, and the Dragon Spear Army, as the elites of the Imperial Army, was being massacred, This was an unexpected result. Some people couldn't take it anymore. Sun Lang tilted his head and looked at the rumbling sound of iron hooves in the distance. He laughed coldly. The show is about to start. Chapter 1100. Iron hooves thundered and dazzling. More troops, more Imperial army. The second batch of rapid response troops was about to arrive. Following them were the important officials of the Imperial court. The 2 seven luminaries sword saints were fighting fiercely in the Imperial capital, recklessly unleashing the terrifying destructive power of the sacred sword. Not only did it alert the Imperial astronomer, but it also alerted the Martial Arts Hall. As the center of military power, the Martial Arts Hall not only had the authority to control the world's martial arts, but it also had the responsibility to protect the Imperial capital's peace. When they discovered that Sun Lang and Wei Shihe were fighting fiercely, they immediately activated the commander's seal and mobilized the military horses to suppress them. As the 2 parties were both 7 luminaries sword saints, they not only had honorable statuses, but they also had outstanding martial arts skills. According to the standards and ranks of these 2 people, the Martial Arts Hall's leaders had to come personally. It should be known that in the Hudu Empire, the grades of the officials were often directly proportional to their combat strength. The Martial Arts Hall's military commanders and leaders not only had profound cultivation, but they also had high-grade Imperial Army weapons. Their combat strength was extremely shocking. If Sun Lang and Wei Shihe were to fight fiercely without stopping, the military commanders might have to go personally and beat them up together to calm the 2 sword saints down. It was already too late. Wei Wangshu closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. The Martial Arts Hall's military commanders were about to arrive, but Wei Shihe was still on a killing spree. He ignored his sister's cries and did not realize that a great danger was right in front of him. This time, he had gone crazy and killed indiscriminately in front of everyone. It was destined that he would no longer be the Sun Sword Master. The Imperial Court would initiate a case of no confidence against Hikari Kensei, force Wei Shihe to hand over the sacred sword, and abolish his sword saint status. His reputation, status, and power would all be far away from him. There might even be worse consequences. Because Sun Lang was watching from the side, how could this guy let go of this opportunity to hit him when he was down? For a moment, Wei Wangshu's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She was very confused now. Why did it become like this? First, Shen Yaohua was lured away and kidnapped. Then, Sun Lang threw a lot of excrement in the direction of the Imperial Palace. His elder brother immediately became furious and summoned the Imperial Palace guards to the Copper Sparrow Terrace to denounce him. Unexpectedly, after being scolded by Sun Lang with a few words, he lost his mind and attacked Sun Lang in anger. After that, he fell into madness. What was going on? Wei Wangshu's mind spun rapidly as she pondered how to deal with the current situation. She stared at Sun Lang, her eyes filled with sharp scrutiny. Logically speaking, Wei Shihe's sudden madness was most suspicious of Sun Lang. Regardless of motive, means, or position, he was the person who could do such a thing. But what he said before, the army was about to arrive. Wei Wangshu did not have much time left. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through her mind. Countless suspicions, doubts flashed through her mind. Many paths appeared before her. Her elder brother's future, her family's fate, and even the future of this country. She made her choice. Wei Wangshu gritted her teeth and said, "What do you know?" Sun Lang said with a half-smile, "A lot." The Grand Moon Sword's face was as cold as ice. Her beautiful face paired with her cold temperament was enough to make all the men in the imperial capital go crazy. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly and said, "If Shihe's strange behavior has nothing to do with you, then who is our enemy? Who can plot against him?" Sun Lang chuckled and said, "I'm not telling you." Stop beating around the bush. Wei Wangshu lost her patience. She really did not have much time left. The Grand Moon Sword's master spoke very quickly. You suggested that I join forces with you before, and then you came to me and said these strange things. I remember that day outside the palace you also said something profound, she said firmly. You want to use us and borrow our strength, right? Since you have such intentions, many things can be discussed. What do you want? What do you want from me? Sun Lang looked at her in surprise. He did not expect the Grand Moon Sword's master to be so decisive. You actually believe me? He asked. Wei Wangshu said calmly. You might not believe it, but when I opened the brocade pouch with Shiha at the Great Desolate Mountain, we had a fierce disagreement for the first time. Shiha thought that this was a random order. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. Unfortunately, I insisted. My judgment was wrong. Since we were young, no matter what disagreements we had, Shiha would always listen to me. That time was no exception. But I was wrong. I did not expect that result. Wei Wangshu sighed softly. You are determined to take revenge. We should all be on your kill list, right? Even if my judgment was wrong, Shiha never blamed me. Since he listened to my idea, he was determined to see you as an enemy. After you came back, he was even more so. He knew your personality and knew that you would not hesitate to take revenge on me. In order to protect me, he would also not hesitate to stand against you. Sun Lang turned to look at the sky. The sun was dazzling and the heavenly fire was everywhere. The Sun Sword Master was chasing after the Dragon Spear army and killing them. He seemed to have lost his mind. Then he ended up like this. Sun Lang said, like Bai Yue, old Bai also chose to obey the order back then. As a result, the battle in the Great Desolate Mountain hurt both others and himself. He became crazy and isolated himself. In the past 2 years, he was trapped in a circle and fell into infinite self-blame and regret. More and more cracks appeared in his state of mind as a warrior, which was supposed to be perfect. As a result, evil spirits took advantage of this and entered his mind. Since then, he became crazy and even Wei Wangshu's expression suddenly changed. Even what? Sun Lang looked at her and smiled faintly. He did not speak. I understand. Wei Wangshu sighed. Back then, Shiha was right and I was wrong. He once believed in you, and he made the right decision. In order to protect me, he fell into this predicament. Now, it's my turn to protect him. He once believed in you, so I'll also believe in you this time. So, she stared at Sun Lang and said calmly, What do you want? The Holy Sword? Or me? Sun Lang said seriously, What do you mean? Wei Wangshu smiled faintly. Don't pretend. I know what you are thinking. If you are afraid, I can take the initiative and come to you. Sun Lang waved his hand. You think too much. I am not interested in you. Hearing this, Wei Wangshu could not help but sneer even though the situation was so critical. General Shunsei said angrily, Damn it! Nobody believes the truth these days? Wei Wangshu stopped smiling and urged, Tell me quickly. What do you want me to do? Sun Lang glanced at the rapidly approaching fire in the distance. A large number of people were about to arrive. He said calmly, It is very simple. I want you to pay a deposit first. What deposit? Sun Lang's eyes were as sharp as knives. He said in a low voice, Accuse me loudly. Accuse me of driving Wei Shiha crazy. Chapter 1101. Accuse me loudly. Accuse me of making Wei Shiha crazy. Wei Wangshu was bewildered and asked, What? Sun Lang lowered his voice and sped up his speech. Cut the crap. Are you going to do it or not? In an instant, the Grand Moon Sword Saint made a decision. He raised the Moon Radiant Sword, and with a dazzling radiance, Wei Wangshu thrust his sword at Sun Lang and shouted, Sun Lang, what did you do to my brother? Sun Lang swung his sword and counterattacked. The two sacred swords collided. The silver moonlight and the blazing flames were in sharp opposition, neither of them was willing to yield an inch. A formless energy spread out in all directions. The two sword saints emitted a sharp aura as the sacred swords in their hands emitted whistling sounds. A fierce battle was about to begin. All of you stop! A vigorous roar could be heard from afar. Armored cavalry escorted the horses and trampled the city walls. Several military commanders who were on duty in the martial arts hall arrived together. Marquis Hengshan Tian Xiang yelled out, "Son of AB****, you actually used your weapon." Sun Lang bared his teeth and said, "F***ck your mother. Who are you scolding?" The martial arts hall was in charge of military affairs and was also a centralized monster that expanded during the Great War of Heaven Yuan. It was the last main force for the military officials to contend against the imperial power. Unless there was a major event that shook the foundation, the martial arts hall would usually remain neutral. Just like how Sun Lang caused a huge ruckus after he returned to the capital and fought with the emperor. The martial arts hall heads basically didn't help either side. They all had a tacit understanding and bottom line. However, today's incident seemed to have touched this so-called bottom line. Therefore, the martial arts hall heads didn't look too good. Tianzai had a bad temper and immediately opened his mouth. "You all wear sacred swords and are admired by all martial artists in the world. The 7 luminaries sword saint actually fought in the capital of the empire, causing the entire city to hear about it and the citizens to panic. Especially you. Sun Lang. Why is it always you?" Sun Lang sneered and said, "Tian Buguang, it's always me. Do you really not know why? I'm not Tian Buguang." Before Tianzai could finish his words, a few miserable shrieks came from the sky. A few dragon spear army soldiers were unable to withstand the sun fire divine radiance, and were burned to ashes by the sun radiance sacred sword. The sky was as bright as day. Wei Shihe was in a killing mood, and let out an even more excited roar. "Wei Shihe!" Tianzai was infuriated. The martial arts hall's military commanders were all here, and this bastard still dared to continue committing crimes. Was there still any law and order? Are there still laws? He roared, "Get down here!" Wei Shihe sensed Marquis Hengshan's rage, and responded with a provocative roar, "Ah!" Sun Lang kindly translated, he said, "F***cku, mother***ker, your whole family is raised by a young woman." Marquis Hengshan fiercely glared at Sun Lang. "I'll deal with you later." He stared at Wei Shihe, who was slaughtering in the sky, and said decisively, "Use the sword seal." Marquis Guangzong, Marquis Changhua, and Marquis Qi Jingho nodded at the same time. "That's how it should be." Wei Wangshu cried out, "Military Commander Tian." Tianzai said coldly, "Grand Moon Sword Sovereign, you don't have to say anything. Are you going to let him kill the entire dragon spear army?" He pulled the wooden box behind him and pressed his hand on it. The other 3 martial arts hall's military commanders did the same. The 4 of them poured their true qi and shook it at the same time. The wooden box opened, and a seal surrounded by the radiance of the scorching sun floated up. The intense radiance stung Wei Wangshu's eyes. Wei Wangshu subconsciously looked at Sun Lang. Sun Lang's eyes also became playful. "Ah," he said, "you are well prepared. You even brought Hui Yao's sword seal?" Tianzai turned a deaf ear to him. He held the sword seal with one hand and raised it up high. The radiance of the sun soared into the sky. Wei Shihe in the sky seemed to have sensed a fatal danger approaching. He let out a furious roar and abandoned the dragon spear army that was retreating pathetically. He swooped down with the fierce radiance of the sun towards Tianzai. Tianzai narrowed his eyes and aimed the seal at the beast that was descending from the sky. "The sword saint has committed a crime. I'll remove your weapon," he said sternly, In accordance with the law of heaven, I'll seal your ability. An indescribable wave spread out from the sword seal, as if it was giving the order to close the seal. The radiant sun glory sacred sword let out an unwilling cry. The brilliant radiance that filled the sky suddenly shattered. It lost its invincible and brilliant aura and became an ordinary sword. Wei Shihe was even more furious after losing his weapon. He didn't stop his descent and let out a series of shrill roars. He still charged towards Tianzai. However, after losing the top-notch imperial army in the world, he was no longer the most destructive human-shaped weapon on this planet. Even though he still maintained an extremely high level of combat strength, the three martial arts hall masters beside Tianzai were also the Empire's top experts. They also had the imperial army. There was no suspense in the battle. Before Wei Shihe could touch Tianzai, the three martial arts hall masters beside Marquis Hengshan attacked at the same time. The air waves exploded and shook the void. In an instant, Wei Shihe's meridians were restrained. Golden ropes and silver chains wrapped around his body. All the vital acupoints on his body were arranged clearly. He fell to the ground. Leave him some dignity as a sword saint. Tianzai kept the sword seal, and stretched out his hand to summon the falling sun glory sacred sword. He looked at Wei Shihe, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly, "Put him on the carriage, and bring him back first." He looked at Sun Lang. Sun Lang waved the Mars sacred sword in his hand and asked, "Where's the fire sword seal?" Tianzai said stiffly, "I didn't bring it." Sun Lang smiled, but the other hand behind his back made a gesture. Wei Wangshu saw it and suddenly had a thought. After hesitating for a moment, the Lunar Sword Master made a decision. General Tian, the Seven Luminaries Sword Saint, was the pillar of the kingdom. As the leader of the peerless imperial army, he had his dignity and pride. She bowed deeply to Tianzai and said sincerely, "I'm not trying to absolve my brother, but he has lost his mind tonight and is in a crazy state. How can the Sun Sword Saint become crazy for no reason? I hope the Martial Arts Hall can investigate the inside story. Forgive me for being blunt, but the cause and effect of this matter are all related to the Shinsei General Sun Lang." Yes. It's me. It's all me." Sun Lang spread out his hands and said, "It's me who cursed from a distance. I relied on my mysterious telepathy to attract Wei Shihe's hatred and lured him to gather his men to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion in the middle of the night. This allowed me to cast another terrifying curse and turn the Seven Luminaries Sword Saint, one of the few experts in the world, into a crazy person. You all have to be careful. If you make me unhappy, I'll make you all lose your minds," Tianzai said. "Sun Lang, don't be so sarcastic. Let me ask you, as a general of the imperial court, why didn't you stop Wei Shihe when you saw him killing people? Instead, you watched him slaughter the Empire's soldiers?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "Oh right. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it." He turned his head and saw the scattered remnants of the Dragon Spear army gathering. They were previously slashed by Wei Shihe. They lost their heaven net and were beaten up violently. The losses were severe. The general of the Dragon Spear army relied on his excellent martial arts skills and impressive positioning to stay alive. However, he looked very dejected. "General." He smiled very gently and said, "Come over here for a moment." That general's eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. He was already full of enmity towards Sun Lang from the start. The reason why the Dragon Spear army suffered such heavy losses was because Sun Lang had done a lot of things to provoke Wei Shihe's hatred towards the Dragon Spear army. This led to the huge losses and defeat of the Dragon Spear army. Now that the generals of the Martial Arts Hall were present, the situation was under control. Sun Lang's smile was filled with evil intentions. His sanctimonious and peaceful face was filled with deep malice. This general of the Dragon Spear army knew what kind of ending he was about to face. He had not completed the task that Lord had given him, and the soldiers under his command had suffered heavy losses. Now that he had been targeted by Sun Lang, his end could be imagined. But he had long been mentally prepared. He did not regret his actions today. For a traitor like Sun Lang, how could he let him continue to call the wind and summon the rain in the imperial court? Even if he had to risk his life, he had to bite off a piece of meat from him. Didn't he want me to go over? Didn't he want to list out my crimes in front of the martial arts hall's big shots and arrest me? Since that's the case, I will go along with his wishes. That general of the Dragon Spear Army rushed over and knelt down in front of Tian Zai. He said loudly, "A lowly general, please." There was a flash of sword light. He was stunned and realized that his head was falling down until it was dust. He saw his own body, and then his vision darkened as he fell into an eternal abyss. Sun Lang shook his Confusion Saint's sword, and a drop of blood was evaporated by the flames. General Shinsei said indifferently, "You kneeled so quickly and confessed so decisively. You are a real man." Chapter 1102. A sword light flashed and the head fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the previously arrogant and powerful general of the Dragon Spear Army had been beautified. He didn't even have the time to say, Who asked him to underestimate Sun Lang? Who asked him to think that he was lucky? He only cared about complaining to the martial arts hall and ignored the killing intent. On the way to Marquis Hengshan, he was only 3 steps away from Sun Lang, and that was the end of his life. Within 3 steps, Sun Lang was the Yama King who ruled over the life and death of mortals. If he wanted to kill someone, no one in the world could stop him, even if they were fully alert. Moreover, no one would be fully alert. The leaders of the martial arts hall who came together were also war legends who had achieved great glory in the Tianyuan battlefield. They had rich combat experience and profound cultivation, but they inevitably fell into the wrong mindset. After all, they didn't know Sun Lang well enough. No one would have thought that under such circumstances, in front of the martial arts hall's generals, Sun Lang would not hesitate to cut off the head of the general of the imperial court. The head rolled and the corpse knelt on the ground. There was no blood spurting out because the flame power of Ing Hua had burned the wound. In the night wind, the headless general was half kneeling on the ground. The scene was strange and shocking. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They were shocked by Sun Lang's decisiveness and ruthlessness. The remaining members of the Dragon Spear Army also cried out in grief and indignation. How humiliating and hateful was it that their general was killed. They clenched their weapons and were about to go up and fight with Sun Lang. However, the soldiers secretly raised their weapons. The flags of Shinto province were fluttering, and the imperial army had quietly surrounded this group of remaining soldiers. The swords and spears were everywhere, and the imperial army was shining brightly. With one order, they could crush this defeated army into pieces. Marquis Hengshan was also startled, then he shouted in anger, "Jia Ing!" Sun Lang reversed his holy sword and extended its hilt forward, blocking Tian Zai's heavy punch. As the two forces collided, the air billowed, as if a gust of wind had risen from the ground. Facing his opponent's angry eyes, General Shinsei said indifferently, "It's Sun Lang." "I don't care what your name is," Tian Zai shouted angrily. "Killing a great general of the imperial court without permission, you are simply lawless." Sun Lang sneered. "I've said it before. You're trying to pull me into a fight. You're up to no good. You deserve to die. This is Hutu. There were laws here. There were rules in the army. You were the one who said that." Tian Xiang shouted, "Even if he has committed a serious crime, he should be judged and punished according to the law. You shouldn't judge him privately and kill him at will. This is what you once advocated. Have you forgotten all about it?" "Well said." Sun Lang stretched out his hand and adjusted Marquis Hengshan's collar. Have you told the Emperor? Marquis Hengshan's angry expression froze on his face. I understand. After all, I only went missing and my body was not found. The survivors kept their mouths shut, and you couldn't find any evidence. Without evidence, you wouldn't dare to speak rashly. Otherwise, you would be suspected of slandering the Emperor and tarnishing the great cause of fighting against the Sky Demon. Am I right? Sun Lang was still smiling. Then, he moved his head closer and lowered his voice. But now I've come back alive. Not only have I come back, but I've also brought back the truth and justice for the 300,000 innocent lives. They didn't have to die, and I didn't have to suffer those crimes. But it has happened and it can't be changed. So, someone must be responsible for it. Do you understand? So, General Tian, Marquis Hengshan, don't you talk about the law? Don't you talk about the law? I'll now summon all the officials to the palace to tell the story of the Great Barren Mountain. I'll mention the impeachment of the current Emperor of Hutu, announce his immoral actions to the world, and abolish his position as Emperor. Now we have witnesses and material evidence, and the evidence is quite conclusive. There's only one question left. Are you willing to uphold justice for me and the heroes who died in the Great Barren Mountain? What do you think? The most basic principle of the law is to treat everyone equally, right? It doesn't change the standard of sentencing based on the social status of the subject or other external factors. So, my attitude is very clear. If you're willing to uphold justice, I'm also willing to take all the responsibility for killing this idiot tonight. I'll interrogate him however you want, and I'll sentence him however you want. Everything will be according to the military rules. I'll obey the reasonable verdict, and I won't go back on my words or have any objections. As long as you can treat everyone equally. Can you do it? If you can, let's make the arrangements now. Otherwise, I can only leave you with one sentence. The hand that was pressing on Tian Zai's collar slowly moved up to Marquis Hengshan's face, which was already a little chubby, and gently patted the right cheek of the martial arts hall's military chief. General Shinsei said gently, Tian, are you King qualified to talk to me about the law? The anger in Tian Zai's eyes grew stronger, but he didn't explode in the end. To ordinary people, he was the high and mighty martial arts hall's military chief pavilion elder. He was in charge of the army, and he was in charge of the imperial court. Ordinary people didn't even have the right to see him, let alone reason with him. But now, the person standing in front of him was Sun Lang. So, he had no choice but to reason with him. Because he knew that if he couldn't reason with him, the other party would always have a second option. Sun Lang waited quietly for a moment, and then he exhaled. You see, I'm not a good person and you're not any better. Let's stop acting like white lotuses. He let go of Tian Zai and said indifferently, So, give me a definite answer. Do you want justice or rules? Tian Zai didn't say anything. Marquis Guang Zhonghui, who was behind him, said coldly, What rules are rules? Sun Lang said indifferently, How can I talk about rules with you after killing someone in front of you? Rules are rules. Marquis Luang tried to smooth things over and said, All right, I'll say something. Commander of war, old Tian didn't let you down. You've done a lot of things in the imperial capital these days. The martial arts hall has always been neutral, and it's also because of old Tian's mediation. I won't say anything else. If you have any thoughts, just say it. Sun Lang nodded and looked to the side. Take them down first. Android and the rest didn't hesitate. They waved their banners and charged forward. The soldiers with swords and shields slammed their heavy shields and shouted, Abandon your weapons, and don't kill. The soldiers with spears and halberds put down their weapons and advanced in formation. The remaining dragon spear army was surrounded in the center. They had lost their heavenly net and were killed by Wei Shihe. Now that their main general was dead, the martial arts hall didn't say anything. No matter how tough the soldiers were, they would be shaken. After all, they were the soldiers of the Empire and not the private army of their main general. After the slogan of "Abandon your weapons and don't kill" was shouted in Shinto province, many people chose to surrender. They had lost their drive and had no reason to continue fighting. A small number of soldiers wanted to resist, but Pan Mei and the rest approached them like ghosts. The Imperial army rolled in and quickly subdued them. "This bastard has an accomplice. We'll know once we ask." Sun Lang kicked the head at his feet to the side and looked to the other side. Wei Shiha had been completely imprisoned. He used the sword seal to seal the Sun Radiant's sacred sword. A few commanders personally set up restrictions to restrict his chi. Then, they used golden and silver ropes to bind his limbs. There were even rings of fine steel chains on the outside. With such layers of security, even the 7 luminaries' sword saint couldn't break free. Wei Wangshu looked at her elder brother, and a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. Then, she looked at Sun Lang and signaled with her eyes, "You promised me." Sun Lang ignored the flirtatious eyes of the Grand Moon Sword Mistress. He pondered for a moment and said to the few commanders behind him, "Hikari Kensei, the Solar Sword Mistress, has a profound cultivation base and possesses the power of positive yang. The divine light of the sun's fire can cleanse the darkness and annihilate all demons and monsters. It's enough to make the Sword Mistress immune to all poisons and evil spirits. In terms of resistance to poison and curses, she can even surpass the Water Sword Mistress and the Wood Sword Mistress." "How did he go crazy?" Tianzai said numbly. "This is something we need to investigate. How can the Solar Sword Mistress go crazy for no reason? There must be some unknown cause and effect." Sun Lang turned his head and looked at Wei Wangshu. The moment their gazes met, Wei Wangshu understood Sun Lang's gaze. She immediately revealed an expression of anger and hatred. "Commanders, please allow me to report. Before my brother lost control tonight, he only had suspicious and unfriendly contact with Sun Lang. He also has enough motive to do such a thing." Sun Lang nodded and said, "The Grand Moon Sword Mistress is right. No matter what, I do look very suspicious. In order to prove my innocence, I have to try my best to defend myself. So, commanders, how about we play a game?" Chapter 1103. Ever since Sun Lang returned to the capital, Lord Bao was definitely in the top 3. Sun Lang's night raid on the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Under the rule of the capital, Lord Bao took action. Sun Lang's posting of posters. Under the rule of the capital, Lord Bao took action. Causing trouble in the capital's rich and powerful families. The capital's public security case. Using the sacred fire sword to show off in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The capital's political case. Arguing with the Sun Moon Sword Sage at the Shen residence. The capital's post-deletion case. Arguing with the National Sword Sage at the Jupiter Sword Palace. The capital's pill case. As for now, General Shinsei and the Sun Moon Sword Sage gave the capital's citizens a wonderful fireworks display in the middle of the night. Damn it, of course, this was something that Bao Shiren should be in charge of. The pitiful mayor of the capital had rushed over in the middle of the night with the bailiff. Everyone's face was filled with deep resentment. The dignified governor's face was about to darken again. He glared at Sun Lang, as if he was looking at a child who didn't let people worry at all. "What the fuck did you do again?" Sun Lang leaned against the door and sighed. "It's like this. Tonight, Wei Shiha came to my house and poured feces on me, insulting and shoving me. I tried to keep the peace and didn't want to provoke him, so I didn't make a move and gave way everywhere. However, he still wasn't satisfied with scolding me. He even took out his glorious sun's sacred sword to slash me. After a few slashes, I dodged it and he couldn't hold it in his hand. The sacred sword flew out of his hand and I picked it up." Bao Shiren sucked in a breath of cold air as his entire body trembled. In just a short month, how many sword saints had died? And Sun Lang had personally slashed one to death. He said in a trembling voice, You're in big trouble." Sun Lang stomped his feet. "Damn it, as expected. You judicial people are really inhumane." Bao Shiren was stunned. "What?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes. "Wei Shihe didn't die." Lord Bao asked suspiciously, "He's really not dead? Why are you so kind?" Sun Lang snorted. "If I had been killed, I would have been arrested for intentional injury by now. F*ck your mother, I'm not an idiot." Bao Shiren looked around. He was very slow this time. The emergency response team that the martial arts hall had mobilized had already dispersed. Even the corpses of the Dragon Spear army had been collected. They were indeed elites. Not only were they efficient in killing people, but they were also efficient in cleaning up the place. All kinds of Imperial Army soldiers were lined up, and the corpses and blood on the ground were all cleaned up. The crime scene had been completely destroyed. Sun Lang had used the power of the sacred sword to wipe away all traces of the battle. The Empire's top criminal investigation expert, Sir Bao, was completely unable to find any useful traces at the clean scene. However, too clean was an eye-catching clue in the first place. "It seems like you have settled the big shots of the martial arts hall." His tone was a little sour and also a little disappointed. He used to be an official of steel who would rather break than bend. Now, for various reasons, he had to wallow in the mire with a guy like Sun Lang. Even though he knew that this guy often played some treacherous tricks in the officialdom, he could only pinch his nose and watch. "What did you guys agree on?" he asked. "If it's not convenient to say, then forget it." "There's nothing inconvenient about it. I still need your help with this." Sun Lang laughed and said, "The martial arts hall might be the main camp that contends with the military officials and the Emperor, but the Emperor is still the Emperor after all. After decades of scheming and scheming, he should have planted spies within the martial arts hall. The elders of the martial arts hall aren't of one mind, and some of their attitudes are especially ambiguous," Master Bao said. "You should first tell me what happened earlier." Sun Lang said, "Simply put, Wei Shihe attacked me for no reason and went crazy on the street. He was suppressed by the iron fist of the Empire's dictatorship. He is now being detained by the martial arts hall. His sister went to deliver food." Bao Shiren frowned. "Why did he go crazy?" Sun Lang glared and said, "Hey, I'm the victim. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I was attacked by a lunatic for no reason. You don't care about me but only care about the lunatic. Do you still have warmth? Do you still have humanitarian spirit? Do you still have me in your heart?" Bao Shiren said coldly, "Wei Shihe is the Sun Sword Saint, but he was detained by the martial arts hall. As one of the people involved, you can still joke here. Do you still need my concern? I may be alive and kicking." Sun Lang clutched his chest. "But baby, my heart is bitter." Lord Bao looked at him coldly. "How are you bitter?" General Shunsei said in a low voice, "How can it not be bitter? Damn it, people are not what they used to be. The world is so cold. Why do I have to encounter so many F***king things at such a young age? I have been targeted by all kinds of bastards. I have been judged by all kinds of people. Evil intentions, resentment, jealousy, all these negative things." Bao Shiren frowned. "If you have something to say, say it. Don't talk nonsense." Sun Lang sighed. "Sigh, do I still have to say it? I'm the victim. Look at me in the middle of the night. I was relaxing in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, visiting a prostitute, F***king, having sex, having a threesome, etc. I didn't provoke anyone or offend anyone. Suddenly, someone came knocking on my door. If you want to fight, so be it. When it comes to fighting, I have never been afraid of anyone since I was young." But damn it, Wei Shihe suddenly became a mental patient. Damn it, a mental patient. A mental patient who comes from a rich and powerful family. It's not against the law for him to chop you up. He can chop you up however he wants. But what about me? Sun Lang pretended to wipe his tears and said sadly, I am a law-abiding citizen. I am a pillar of the country. I am a good man who follows the law. But when faced with a life-threatening crisis, when faced with a violent murder by a lunatic, I can't fight back. Tell me, what kind of world is this? Bao Shiren was a little confused. What do you mean? You usually pick fights and beat people up without thinking about the consequences. This time, you are in the right. You will definitely beat up Wei Shihe without a second word. Why are you not happy? Sun Lang sighed and said, I'm scared. In the end, my martial arts are too weak. I can't kill Wei Shihe in one blow. If I were to use a series of moves to kill him, those so-called experts sitting in the high court drinking wine and singing songs while imagining this matter would definitely say that my defense was excessive. They would say that I continued to pursue and finish off the other party after he stopped attacking me. They would even think that I deliberately killed him. Damn it, these idiots are just standing there and talking. This is a matter of life and death. Do you think it's like playing a fighting game on the computer where you can pause to think about the situation and decide on tactics? Bao Shiren was more and more puzzled. What are you talking about? Sun Lang waved his hand and said, Oh, don't mind it. It's just a strange dream I had last night. Master Bao shook his head. Sun Lang often said strange things that others did not understand. He was used to it. So, how did Wei Shihe? Why do you only care about Wei Shihe? Sun Lang said unhappily, I was almost chopped to death. He chased me all over the sky and slashed me. My young heart was seriously hurt. I didn't dare to fight back. I was afraid that I would kill him, but I was also afraid that I would get hurt. I dealt with a lunatic for so long, Okay. Bao Shiren reached out and patted Sun Lang's chest. You've worked hard. You've suffered. You've been wronged. Is that okay? Sun Lang blinked and looked at Bao Shiren. His cute eyes were covered with a layer of mist. That's it? You're just comforting me verbally? Master Bao was puzzled. Then how do you want me to comfort you? Somehow, he felt that there was something strange about this kind of conversation. Sun Lang rolled his eyes. Of course, we have to punish the criminal severely. Oh, so it's this. You narrow-minded guy. Bao Shiren calculated and said, since the martial arts hall made a move and took Wei Shihe away, he is probably going to suffer. If he goes crazy again, he might not even be able to become the Sun Sword Sovereign. However, he is a sword saint after all. The imperial court has to give him some face. In the end, even if he attacked you, there were no serious consequences. You are alive and kicking here, but he is in a terrible situation. So, Sun Lang said lightly, he even killed people. The Dragon Spear army was turned upside down by him. Bao Shiren was shocked. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? General Shinsei blinked. Did you ask? Master Bao frowned and said, What is the martial arts hall's attitude? Why would Wei Shihe do such a crazy thing? This is the main point of the problem. The Sun Sword Sovereign has a high cultivation level, a heart of stone, a strong temperament, and the protection of the Saint's sword. How could he lose his mind so easily? Sun Lang said slowly, This is also the problem that Tian Zai and the others don't understand and even fear. The powerful imperial army couldn't protect the powerful sword saint. What exactly caused Wei Shihe to go crazy? Bao Shiren was silent for a moment and said softly, You know. I know and I don't know. Sun Lang turned his head and looked at the darkness on the other side of the street. It was not far from the light in front of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, but there was a clear dividing line. One side was light and the other was infinite darkness. I know, but I don't know how to gain their trust. I know who the culprit is, but I don't know why he chose this time to act, and he even did it in front of me. This is giving me something to use against him. This is giving me an excuse to make things difficult for him. I can use this to instigate Wei Wangshu, intimidate Tian Zai and the others, and even alert more people to this matter. To him, this is nothing but harm. But he still did it. He can't be deliberately mystifying. There must be a deeper meaning that I didn't think of, and he must be hiding an ulterior motive. So, we have to get to the bottom of this matter. Sun Lang stretched out his hand and pressed on Bao Shiren's shoulder. You have to help me. Chapter 1104. The candlelight flickered, and light and shadow flickered. The weak and helpless widow sat on the bed. Her face was bleak and she was all alone. There was a person slowly approaching her. His face was changing in the flickering candlelight. His figure projected a tall and dark silhouette on the wall. It was like a demon coming out of the darkness. He let out a creepy laugh that made people tremble in fear. Humph, 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 humph. The original sealer of Jinling City opened his claws again. Scream, scream, scream as much as you want. He whispered. Wei Shiha, who came to save you, went crazy, went to prison, and even lost his sacred sword. Wei Wangshu not only abandoned you for the sake of his brother's safety, but also chose to cooperate with me and agreed to my conditions. The martial arts hall did not ask about your whereabouts, and the power that can be directly mobilized in the palace is extremely limited. Even the unyielding investigator Bao Shiren, who is famous for his integrity, also chose to compromise. Sun Lang approached Xin Yaohua and laughed strangely. No one cares about your whereabouts, no one cares about what happened to you. Even if they cut their throats, they can't save you, Xin Yaohua said calmly. I won't say anything. Sun Lang stopped his movements and shook his head. The fire in the room lit up by itself, illuminating everything in the room. He looked at Xin Yaohua, who was close at hand, and said calmly, Why? The woman stubbornly turned her head to the side and chose to remain silent. Sun Lang sighed. He stretched out his hand, and a chair flew in the air and landed in front of him. General Shunsei sat on it and looked at the widow sitting opposite him, trying to make his words as gentle and calm as possible. The dead cannot be brought back to life. This is the law of the world that cannot be changed. Even if we have the magical weapons of the Imperial Army, it is still difficult to break the barrier between life and death. Otherwise, in the past dynasties, no one has broken the limit of lifespan, even if they stand at the top of the human race. Not to mention bringing the dead back to life. I can tell you responsibly that it is completely impossible. He pinched his eyebrows, hesitated for a moment, and continued, I am not lying to you, really. Even if the person who made the promise to you is a magical life form that does not belong to this world, even if it has many magical powers and secret techniques, it can't do this because I have also looked through its memory. Even with the history, technology, power, and power of the Sky Demon, it can't bring the dead back to the world of the living. He paused for a moment and then said softly, If I could, I would have done it myself. Xin Yaohua's eyes rippled for the first time. She turned her beautiful eyes and looked deeply at Sun Lang. She said, You can't do it, but that doesn't mean that person can't. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, Don't you understand what I am saying? It is completely impossible. Xin Yaohua said stubbornly, Even if there is only a trace of possibility, I still have to try. This is all the motivation that supports me to live. Otherwise, I might as well just die. Sun Lang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He didn't want to vent his anger on the woman in front of him. I will repeat it again. No, it is completely impossible. Xin Yaohua didn't get angry, nor did she become impatient. Her face was still calm, and there was no trace of anger in her voice. She only asked in a normal tone, How do you know it is not possible? Sun Lang's voice became louder. Of course I know it is not possible. I have already said that I had a spiritual confrontation with him in the battle of the Great Barren Mountain, and understood all his memories. The wife whispered, Then why don't you know what he is going to do now? Of course that is because, when Sun Lang said this, he suddenly shut his mouth. His face changed slightly, and then he seemed to think of something. Suspicion and thought appeared in his eyes. For a moment, he seemed to have thought of something, but the fact was still hidden in layers of fog, making him unable to see clearly for a while. That might be a very, very important thing. Yes, why don't I know what the ancestor, the devil, wants to do? Memory was a sphere, divided into inside and outside, with thickness, a core and an outer layer. The outer layer of memory was trivial, useless, unstable, easy to forget, easy to tamper with. And the core memory was the most core spiritual wealth preserved by this life, and even directly participated in the structure of one's three views of character. It was the source of its power, and the foundation of the logic of a life's behavior. At the beginning of the bloody battle of the Great Barren Mountain, he encountered a surprise attack by the ancestor, the devil. The attack came from the holy sword in his hand, and a huge spiritual power directly attacked his soul from the earth-holy sword. The sword of suppressing star was not only the magical weapon he trusted, but also a good teacher and friend who had accompanied him for 6 years. At that time, the commander of war, Jia Ying, did not have a trace of defense at all. No warrior would guard against their own imperial army. Then a lot of things happened. The flow of time in the spiritual world was different from that in the physical world, and it was even more so for people who were deeply trapped in it. That memory was unforgettable. In the void space of the spiritual body, all the sensory emotions were infinitely magnified. Shock, fear, grief, anger, confusion. All kinds of emotions attacked Sun Lang's soul in turn. He was almost swallowed up, but after all, he made it through. The unforgettable pain and hatred. It started with passive defense and then counterattack. With fury and hatred as fuel, he drove the roaring soul and waved the sharp sword condensed by the spirit. He broke through the other party's sea of memories, layer by layer. He saw the long history of the sky demon in the extraterritorial realm, the great battles that the devil ancestor had experienced, their homeland, their achievements, their race, their culture, their skills, from the outside to the inside, the unimportant memories, the important memories, and the most important memories. He saw the secret conversation between the devil and Li Guangyuan, and also understood the truth. The careful teaching of the ancestor, the devil ancestor, was for a perfect body, and the imperial court did not hesitate to cultivate it for the emperor's unspeakable plan. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of these people, he, a pitiful time traveler, was just an ant that could be manipulated at will. It was like this when he first time traveled, and it was still like this after he made achievement. This was the ultimate sin. It was not just betrayal. They wantonly manipulated the lives of others, trampled on their dignity, and played with their fates. Such people were undoubtedly the most evil villains. But the problem was, Sun Lang suddenly shouted, "Ping Yang!" There was no response from outside. General Shinsei suddenly sneered and said, "You don't have to sneak back and then pretend that you heard my shout and rushed here. I know you are eavesdropping." A moment later, the door was pushed open, and Ping Yang awkwardly poked her head in. She said rather shyly, "Master, I was on guard for you. Your skill is really high. I obviously held my breath and even blocked the sound of my heartbeat, but you still detected it." Sun Lang smiled and said, "I didn't notice it. I just casually bluffed, and you took the bait." The little disciple said angrily, "Master, you." Sun Lang said lightly, "This time I will record it, but now I have a serious matter to deal with. I will deal with you another day." Princess Pingyang said resentfully, "Oh." Looking at her indignant look, she should be ruthless in her heart. In the future, No matter how Master opened his mouth and shouted, she would not answer. She was really stupid. Of course, she was stupid. Sun Lang thought to himself. She really believed whatever he said. This little fool, she was deceived again. In fact, Sun Lang had really noticed that she was eavesdropping. The reason why he said it was a bluff was to deceive this silly disciple. In this way, she would definitely come over to eavesdrop next time. At that time, he could teach her a lesson again. Sun Lang sneered in his heart, but asked, I seem to have asked you before. You have been holding that sword for 2 years. When did it wake up? Ping Yang said the date without hesitation and added, according to the time, it was when Master pulled the thunder bow in Mingzhou and shocked the imperial astronomer. Sun Lang nodded slowly and fell into deep thought. 2 years ago, in the Great Barren Mountain, he knocked the devil Yuan Zhu into a coma. The Buddha's sacred sword was badly damaged, and the empire lost the ability to create an imperial army. The Earth Sword spirit was in a coma and did not wake up until recently. But in the past 2 years, the emperor's plan did not seem to stop. Bai Yue had been gradually corroded by the Gold Glory sacred sword. He sealed himself in the temple behind the Bai family castle. Sometimes he was sober, sometimes he was crazy, and in remorse, he fought against the sword spirit's possession. At that time, the emperor must have coldly observed this progress. The immortality possession plan was not hindered by this. Ling Muli, who escaped from the Great Barren Mountain, also died in the past 2 years. Qi Lianyan, the playboy who had nothing to do, was also chosen by the emperor during this time. He changed from an incompetent person to a sword sage who could wield the chaos sacred sword. What did this mean? There were 2 possibilities. First, the emperor had a careful and precise plan with a clear purpose and execution motivation, so that he could complete the layout step by step when the devil was in a coma. But this meant that this careful and precise layout plan also existed in the memory of the devil, the ancestor of the origin, and it was arranged before the battle of the Great Barren Mountain. Only in this way, when the devil was in a coma, the emperor could successfully complete the layout plan in the past 2 years. But Sun Lang did not read the relevant content from the memory of the devil. Did it find a way to keep this memory? Or it was the second possibility. The devil might not be in a coma, or not completely in a coma. Its spiritual body in the Buddha's sacred sword was in a deep sleep, but there were things like doppelgangers that could continue to act, assisting the emperor to continue his ambition. For example, Mr. Zhang mentioned by the empress. What was going on? Sun Lang had a faint suspicion in this regard before, but he just subconsciously thought that many things were planned and executed by Li Guangyuan. After all, he hated the emperor of the Hutu Earth very much. Moreover, the battle of souls was fierce that day, and many of the devil's core memories were specious. It could not be helped. But now, after Shen Yaohua inadvertently pointed it out again, he vaguely realized that there was a big problem here. The memory he peeped from the devil might not be as reliable as he thought. Thinking of this, his eyes turned back to Shen Yaohua again. The wife was in the tiger's den, but she was not afraid at all. Even if she was in the same room with a man like Sun Lang, and there was a guy like Ping Yang, who looked like an accomplice, next to her, she was not nervous at all. When Sun Lang was lost in thought, she just sat quietly. I understand your feelings, but please realize that the dead can't come back to life. Even if there is a slight chance, it won't be your turn to try. I will do it myself. Sun Lang said sincerely, the creature who made you a promise is an evil and cruel alien. He has an ulterior motive. I can't trust him at all. I'm not trying to evade the responsibility, but I still have to say it. 300,000 soldiers died in the disaster. I barely survived. Brother Jean's soul was cut off in the great desolate mountain. There are 2 culprits behind all this. The first is Li Guangyuan, and the second is him. So, I want revenge. I want revenge. I want revenge for myself, for Brother Jean, and for other dead people. I hope you can help me. Sun Lang said, I need your information. I need your testimony. I want to know what he is doing and what he wants to do. Can you tell me? Chapter 1105. Cooperate? It was impossible to cooperate, not in this lifetime. She couldn't escape either. Only by continuing to resist would she be able to keep the secret. In this way, coming to Sun Lang's house was like returning to her own home. The feeling here was much better than at home. Sun Lang's words were pleasant to hear. He didn't know how to use torture to extort confessions, and he didn't dare to get physical. She really liked it here. That was about it. In the face of Sun Lang's sincere persuasion, Shen Yaohua chose to resist strictly. Sun Lang flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything to Shen Yaohua. He didn't lack decisiveness at the critical moment, but there was no crisis now. For the sake of Brother Jean, he couldn't be ruthless. A beauty's shamelessness was the most difficult trick in the world. Although Sun Lang was the kind of straight man who treated women like dirt, but Shen Yaohua's identity was really too special, otherwise he would have already given her a few big slaps. Now he could only sulk, while Shen Yaohua's wife sat calmly and dignified on the bed, with a sense of what can you do to me in her indifference. Motherf *Ker, take her holy sword first. Sun Lang's face was fierce. He took a step forward and was about to make a move. Suddenly, he heard Shen Yaohua say, You took my holy sword, which means you took everything from me. I'm not your opponent, and I have nothing to live for. If that's the case, I can only die. Why don't you kill me and then take the sword? General Shunsei said angrily, If I take your holy sword, I have 100 ways to deal with you. You want to die? I'll make you feel so good that you don't even have time to think about dying. Facing this kind of harassment, Shen Yaohua was still unmoved. Will you do that? Sun Lang sneered. You think you have me? Shen Yaohua wasn't proud. Instead, she sighed. No, I'm taking advantage of your guilt and softness. This comes from the sacrifice of my late husband and your restraint. I understand this very well. But even so, I'm not willing to give up. We're both doing what we think is right. Sun Lang was slightly startled. The woman stared at Sun Lang. The man's shadow was reflected in her limpid eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be clouds passing through her eyes. They were like dark clouds and colorful clouds, outlining a faint sense of heaviness. She whispered, Let's make a promise. Sun Lang sneered. You've finally revealed your foxtail? Promise? Are you following its orders? Do you want to hide by my side in broad daylight? Do you really think I'm a fool? Shen Yaohua didn't try to defend herself. She just sat there without saying a word. Her eyes seemed to say, Whatever you think. Then let's just wait like this. Sun Lang said coldly. For his sake, I won't make things difficult for you. But my patience is limited. You have a mission. You have ulterior motives. You think you can feel my pulse. You think you're qualified for the mission of being a spy. I'll let you see the situation clearly. No matter what game you and the person behind you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. But I still hope you can think clearly. He walked closer, bent down, and lowered his voice. I really don't want to hurt you, but you still have relatives. Your father, your brother, your family. Don't make me angry. At this moment, the murderous aura he emitted was not fake. It was the strong smell of blood from the great barren mountain. It was enough to make any creature feel a sense of crisis and fear. But Shen Yaohua still didn't say a word. Her face was calm, as if she didn't hear such a threat. Sun Lang moved like lightning and heavily tapped her body a few times. The wife bit her lip and held back the groan that rushed to her mouth. Her face turned pale, but she still looked at the man in front of her stubbornly. The Shunsei general left with hatred. Watch her! Yes, Ping Yang replied. There was a huge room on the 5th floor of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, which could be called the banquet hall. It had been used as a conference room. Something big had happened tonight, so the generals of the Shunsei didn't take off their armor. They all sat inside and waited. When they saw Sun Lang push the door open, they all stood up and saluted. Marshal! Sun Lang strode to the head of the table and sat down. He said directly, "Let's talk about the first thing first. Tonight's trouble is very big. The girls must have been shocked. We've occupied this place for a long time and disturbed the normal business here. The reason we occupied this place before was because there was evidence of someone colluding with the Sky Demon hidden in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. But a few days ago, this precious evidence was destroyed by the goddamn rebel Ling Muley in the chaos." At this point, there was snickering from below. "What are you laughing at?" Sun Lang glared. "Did I say anything wrong?" Everyone shook their heads. No, of course not." The Shunsei general continued, "Since the evidence has been destroyed, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Firstly, we'll disturb the normal business here. Secondly, it'll damage my reputation." Someone laughed. "You worry too much, General. Who in the court doesn't know your chastity and purity? Even if you sleep for a month in the capital's #1 brothel, you'll still keep your chastity like jade." "Well said." Sun Lang nodded his head and said, "Your little mouth is so eloquent, we must reward you well. In a moment we will find 3 or 4 charming women at the Copper Sparrow Terrace and invite you to eat the best 40-years-old abalone. It's chewy and the meat is juicy. You can lick it for an hour first." Amidst everyone's laughter, the man hurriedly begged for mercy. Sun Lang calmly made a note in his mind. Then he said, "There's news from old Sue from the Ministry of Works. My Shinto province is almost done cleaning and repairing. I'll start moving in the next 2 days. There's a lot of money in the Copper Sparrow Terrace's account. I'll go to the palace to borrow some more and enclose the land around Shinto province. You guys can move in as well." Pongji had always considered himself to be Sun Lang's secretary. Now, he consciously shouldered the responsibility of being a housekeeper. The mansion needs a lot of servants. The Ministry of Works can't be trusted. "Do you want us to?" Sun Lang waved his hand. "Dismiss all the original servants, but there's no need to recruit new ones." Pongji asked curiously, "Why is that?" Sun Lang said expressionlessly, "You and I don't have to worry about this." "Ha!" Everyone seemed to hear the sound of the cold wind from this stiff smile. "You guys go and coordinate with the various departments. The personal army soldiers return to camp and take care of their own matters. If there's anyone from the Ministry of War who tries to sabotage us, tell me. I'll go and beat them up. After Shinto province opens, many rules will have to be set up. We need to consolidate our power." Sun Lang changed the topic. "This is a long-term matter. Right now, there's another important matter. The sun changed tonight, and this is already the 4th Sword Saint. It won't be a small matter. There will definitely be another fierce battle. We need to plan and prepare in advance." Everyone looked at Sun Lang in unison. Yen Song asked, "Although Wei Shiha is a bit hot-tempered, he won't go crazy and cause trouble for no reason. What did you do?" This was something everyone wanted to know. What did the marshal do to make the Sun Sword Saint so angry that he lost his mind? As the hooligans who had been trained by Sun Lang, they were very curious about their general's actions. However, they also understood Sun Lang's temperament. He would most likely say something like, "Bullsh *T, I'm the victim. I didn't do anything. Why are you doubting my innocence?" But she didn't expect Sun Lang to readily admit it. "I took Shin Yaohua out of the palace." "Huh?" Chapter 1106. The next day. The sun rose as usual. A new day began in the great Hudu Empire, but the air was filled with a strange atmosphere. What happened last night was too shocking. The brilliance of the Imperial army soared into the sky, and the two destructive forces collided. Everyone in the Empire saw it clearly. People were discussing, whispering, guessing, and bewildered. But the Empire was a backward feudal country, and the thoughts of the people were meaningless. The Imperial court was slow to react, and they didn't even bother to control the discussion and delete the posts, allowing the public to ferment and the people to make wild guesses. In any case, the undercurrents of the people would never affect the politics of the Empire. The real problem lay in the game in the Imperial court, in the compromise and decision of a small group of people. That being said, many people had already smelled a certain unsettling aura. Things had to be connected. About a month ago, the suspected fire sword saint Qi Lianyan was killed on the street. After that, the assassination of Mu Yao, which shocked the entire imperial court, broke out, and the Star Sword Saint became a traitor. Then, the Earth Sword Saint sacrificed himself in the palace and healed His Majesty's sword wound. Last night, the Sun Sword Saint, Wei Shihe, went berserk and slaughtered the soldiers. In the past 2 months, 4 of the 7 luminaries' sword saints had died, which was even more terrifying than the War of Heaven's origin. If the Sky Demon in the underworld knew about this, he would probably laugh himself to death. Those were the 7 luminaries' sword saint. They were the ultimate embodiment of the Empire's military strength, the strongest warriors of the Imperial army, and the embodiment of strength. They represented the dignity and face of the Empire. Now that they had died one after another, not only did they become a joke to the foreigners, but it also meant that something was wrong. Many people smelled something unusual. When something unusual happened, it meant that something was wrong. This matter was too strange. 2 years ago, the Empire had won the War of Heaven's origin, and its international reputation had reached its peak. Its martial arts were above the rest of the world, and its strength, honor, reputation, and strength had reached the peak of all dynasties. Now, the world was at peace, and the country was flourishing. The country was prosperous, the people were happy, and the confidence of the people was skyrocketing. The future was bright, and the Empire was clearly in such a prosperous period. However, in the short span of a month, the situation had changed drastically. The dignified 7 luminaries' sword saint had met with mishaps one after another. Even His Majesty was assassinated and unconscious. Against the background of the Empire's prosperity, such a thing was particularly dazzling and shameful, and even more so frightening to those who were knowledgeable. They could vaguely sense that a heart-palpitating storm was brewing, hidden under the appearance of the Empire's prosperity. He had to figure out what was going on. Qi Lianyan's case aside, the nation-suppressing sword, which was a saint weapon, could not be verified. Ling Muley had committed treason and assassinated the emperor. However, Wei Shihe had been captured by the martial arts hall commanders. He was the most crucial witness. But in order to find out what was going on, one person had to be involved. Shunsei General Sun Lang. His shadow could be seen in all the recent major events. The Fire Radiance Sword Saint, Mu Li, had died under his mouth. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. Before Ling Mu Li assassinated the emperor, he seemed to have had a conflict with Sun Lang. The matter of the nation-suppressing sword saint was also unclear to him. He was even the prime suspect of Wei Shihe's madness. Oh right, there was also the widow, Shen Yaohua, who was suddenly recognized by the Water Radiance sword. No matter what happened last night was a major event. Everyone in the imperial capital was paying close attention to it, and the entire court was discussing it. The commotion last night was so big that it couldn't be covered up. Moreover, it involved the Sun Sword Saint going crazy and killing people. No one was willing to cover it up. Everyone in the imperial court wanted a result. The emperor was still lying on the bed, pretending to be dead. He relied on the performance of the nation-suppressing sword saint to gain the initiative. When it was suitable for him to appear, the emperor, who was protected by the heavens, would slowly wake up from his coma. When it was not suitable for him to appear, the emperor, who had just recovered from his serious injuries and had yet to recover his vitality, would be mentally exhausted and fall into a deep sleep. At this time, he wasn't in a hurry to jump out. The Empress naturally became the vanguard to carry out His Majesty's will. Since yesterday, she had urgently summoned the martial arts hall's ministers into the palace and inquired about many inside stories. She had also poured dirty water on Sun Lang as if nothing had happened. Today, she had even formally convened a meeting of the ministers and proposed to hold a court session to clarify the truth. They wanted to investigate the Sun Sword Saint's sudden madness and find out the truth. They wanted to arrest the reactionaries who harbored evil intentions and bring them to justice. Empress also mentioned the disappearance of the newly promoted Water Radiance Sword Saint, Shen Yaohua, and made a clear hint that all of this was related to the rebel, Sun Lang. The civil and military officials listened patiently to this old woman's blabbering. They were really impatient, but the other party's request was reasonable. With Empress as the Emperor's representative, she also had the authority to ask questions and make suggestions to the officials. Everyone looked at each other and then realized that Sun Lang didn't come. They sent a eunuch to invite him. The eunuchs of the various eunuchs in the Forbidden Palace calculated and kicked a sacrificial victim, who was usually not popular to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, to invite the Shunsei general. That pitiful eunuch took a full half a shurchen, 1 shurchen equals 2 hours, to return to the palace. The Empress had already been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing this, she lost her bearing as the mother of the world because Sun Lang still hadn't come. Useless eunuch! Where is he? She kicked the eunuch in the chest and sent him flying 7 or 8 feet. That pitiful eunuch didn't dare to use his martial arts to resist. The Forbidden Palace was the most dangerous place. Surviving here required wisdom and skill. He hit the ground in the most embarrassing position and rolled a few times. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He struggled painfully and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Empress, please forgive me. Empress, please forgive me. This lowly servant is only a lowly servant. How could I go against a general? Empress said hatefully, this thief dares to look down on imperial authority and openly disobey orders. This Empress thinks that he has a guilty conscience. Marquis Hengshan Tianzai frowned and said, get up first. What did Sun Lang say? That eunuch didn't dare to get up. He just knelt and said in a small voice, replying to the Marquis, Shunsei General, he. This lowly servant really doesn't dare to say. Empress said sternly, speak the truth. Tell me everything he said. That eunuch kowtowed again and said in a trembling voice, General Shunsei said that he is unwell and can't come. Empress was so angry that she laughed. That's strange. A martial arts expert, the fire sword master, can he also be unwell? Marquis Hengshan said indifferently, Sun Lang must have something else to say, right? The eunuch made up his mind and continued. The general said. Empress shouted, you are very respectful to this traitor. Sun Lang said that he was frightened last night. First, he was chased and attacked by the Sun Sword Saint for no reason. Then, he was yelled at by the Dragon Spear Army. He said that as a loyal subject of the Empire, he suffered such a great grievance. The imperial court didn't comfort him and instead guarded against him like he was a criminal suspect. He was very, very pitiful and helpless. Empress spat, bah. Who else but him is the most shameless person in the world? She really hated Sun Lang. She wanted to scold him, but the person kneeling in front of her was only a eunuch. Even if she scolded him, Sun Lang couldn't hear a single word. Empress was furious. She turned to look at the officials present and said, Everyone has seen it. Sun Lang treats the matters of the imperial court as child's play. He laughed and scolded, his words were frivolous, and he even has a guilty conscience. This time, Marquis Hengshan said indifferently, "Empress, please wait. I have something to say. I was also present yesterday. Sun Lang was wronged. Let's not talk about the conflict with Wei Shihe for now. Last night, my colleagues and I interrogated the soldiers of the Dragon Spear Army and sorted out their testimonies. We also got some testimonies. For the sake of the imperial family's reputation, I won't talk about it here. After this, I will report it secretly," Empress said coldly. "Then what does Marquis Hengshan mean?" Tianzai said calmly. "Sun Lang isn't someone who treats the matters of the imperial court as child's play. His words must have a deeper meaning. It's definitely not just because he's angry." He looked at the eunuch and asked, "What else did Sun Lang say?" The eunuch shook his head. No. If that's the case." Tianzai bowed. "Empress, please move your phoenix carriage and lead us to visit Sun Lang." Chapter 1107. Empress, please move your phoenix chariot and lead us to visit Sun Lang. Once these words came out, everyone was shocked. No! Empress had lived in the inner palace for a long time and lacked political wisdom. As a woman, her innate physiological structure was different, so she didn't understand the principle of being flexible. How could she be willing to comply? Motherf **Ker, it's obvious that Sun Lang is just putting on an act. Don't tell me that this consort has to personally go up and curry favor with him? No, definitely not. The Empress said angrily. Marquis Hengshan. Sun Lang claimed to be sick. Obviously, he has a guilty conscience and is evading responsibility. He abandoned his family and the country, treating the safety of the country as a child's game. He should be reprimanded and heavily punished. Tianxiang's expression was calm as she said, "This subject has always heard rumors, but seeing is believing. Nyang hasn't seen Sun Lang yet. It's best that you don't casually judge this subject, so as to avoid chilling your loyal heart. Moreover, even if Sun Lang is really pretending to be sick and evading responsibility, the Empress's phoenix chariot will be able to show the Emperor's vast and mighty benevolence. You can convince him with virtue and shame him." Empress said angrily, "Such a shameless person, scheming and black-bellied, how can I shame him?" When these words came out, everyone secretly nodded. Even if Empress was biased, there was nothing wrong with what she said. They really couldn't think of anything in the world that could make Sun Lang feel ashamed. But thinking about it was just thinking. It wasn't good to say it out loud. Politics, everyone had to understand and pretend to be ignorant. The more despicable and shameless Sun Lang is, the more open and above-board the imperial family should be. When he claims to be sick at home, the imperial family will visit him in person. When he claims to be wronged, the imperial family will condescend to visit him. When he claims to be a scoundrel, the imperial family will be open and above-board. When he claims to be sick at home, the imperial family will personally visit him. When he claims to be wronged, the imperial family will deign to visit him. Empress still kept her mouth shut, but her expression changed. Is the Empress afraid? Do not worry. The Empress Jade To has personally come. It is the boundless grace of the heavens. How can we allow Sun Lang to make a scene? If he speaks rudely to you or smiles mischievously, this subject will be the first to not let him off. With all of our colleagues in front of the palace, if Sun Lang dares to cause trouble, he will have to go through us first." Tianzai patted his chest and promised, "You can rest assured." Empress's mind spun, but she was still unhappy. "I heard that this thief sleeps in a brothel and is very frivolous and debauched. How can I go to such a filthy place?" Nyang, please forget about it. You also have a share in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. The head shopkeeper who was kicked down the stairs by Sun Lang and fell to his death was one of your clansmen. That place is filthy and dirty. Is the money that flows into your hands from that place clean? Everyone cursed in their hearts. They then saw that Tian Zai's expression did not change as he looked at the eunuch who had sent the message. The eunuch knew what he meant. He lowered his head and said, reporting to the Empress, Shinsei. Sun Lang has already left the Copper Sparrow Terrace today and moved into the Shinsei General's residence that has been renovated by the Ministry of Works. Empress was stunned. She then gritted her teeth and said, there must be a conspiracy. Tian Zai bowed and said, Nyang Nyang, please move the phoenix carriage. In the end, she was persuaded. After all, Tian Zai threw out big hats one after another. He explained with reason and moved with emotion. Empress really found it hard to refuse. She had the right to listen to government affairs. Since she represented the emperor, she had to act for the emperor. If an official claimed to be sick and did not come out, the emperor had to send an envoy to pay his respects and give him medicine. If the other party was an important official of the imperial court and had a plan for the country, the emperor would personally ask about it. It was also a good story for the monarch and the official to get along well. Today, it was a matter of great importance. Sun Lang was not only a general of the imperial court but also a victim. He also claimed to be wronged, sad, and helpless. He lied on the bed and refused to get up. As the emperor, if he did not go to him and give him 2 big slaps, it would be unreasonable. However, His Majesty the Emperor was also whimpering and lying on the bed, unwilling to get up. The Crown Prince was also King untrustworthy, so the matter of slapping him had to be done by the Empress, even though she was the most unwilling. When the Empress went out, although she had to streamline the carriage and keep a low profile, after all, it was the Empress of the imperial court. No matter how streamlined it was, it could not be streamlined. The internal palace was shaken and the palace servants were dispatched. The first-rank officials of the imperial court sat idly in the hall and quietly waited for Empress to set off. They also wanted to go with her. Marquis Hengshan sat on one side, leisurely drinking tea and eating cake. Marquis Chongguo and the others sat around him with a playful expression. Last night, they arrived at the Copper Sparrow Terrace together and joined forces to suppress Wei Shihe. They also talked to Sun Lang and heard Sun Lang's suggestion. The few of them worked together to set up a chi field of secret voice sending to ensure the secrecy of the conversation. Marquis Guangzong whispered, "You trust him and actually helped him to deceive Empress. The words just now were taught to you by Sun Lang, right?" Marquis Hengshan did not speak. Marquis Qi frowned and said, "I have thought about it, but I still don't understand his intention. What does he want to do by having Empress go to his residence under the watchful eyes of everyone? What can he do? Empress has a deep prejudice against him and hates him to the bone. The Empress and His Majesty are husband and wife, and there is no room for negotiation with Sun Lang." Tianzai shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Marquis Chongguo said, "Then you trust him that much?" He returned with old grudges and his evil spirit did not leak out. It is obvious that it has accumulated in his heart and cannot be relieved. Once it explodes, it will be earth-shattering. The grudge of the Great Barren Mountain is a result of meritorious service and being killed. It is a result of the old grudge that has turned into poison. It corrodes the heart and distorts the soul. I know you were close friends with him in the past, but people change. You see, it has been less than 2 years since Tianyuan succeeded. The imperial court has rewarded the meritorious officers and soldiers. The heroes in the army have been conferred titles and titles. The moment of wealth, they have forgotten their former loyalty. In just 2 years, many of the generals have shown their arrogance and overbearingness. He has been wandering outside for 2 years, gnashing his teeth every day and tossing and turning in bed every night. What will he become? Tianzai was silent. Marquis Changwa patted his shoulder and said, "One must always be on guard against others. I have already told you yesterday that Qi Lianyan's death must have something to do with him. The nation-guarding sword sage and Ling Muli's affair is even more strange. Last night, Wei Shihe suddenly went crazy. The root cause is that Sun Lang first went to the palace to pick a fight and attracted the Wei siblings. Xin Yaohua disappeared without a trace, most likely because she was kidnapped by him." Tianzai suddenly said, "No need to say more." Marquis Changguo was silent, and so were the others. There is indeed nothing to say. But in this world we can't talk about reason. Marquis Changguo sighed softly and said, "Since he returned to the capital, he has repeatedly stirred up trouble. We have been watching on the sidelines, mainly because we want to use him to weaken His Majesty's arrogance. Secondly, we also have righteous indignation about the Great Barren Mountain. It is not bad to let him vent his anger, but there must be a bottom line." He looked at Tianzai and said seriously, "Even if Sun Lang has thousands of grievances and reasons, he can't disturb this country. If he shakes the country for his own personal grudge, collapses the foundation of the country, and causes the Tianyuan War to be lost and the empire to be reignited, then he will be the enemy of the country. The world will attack him together. This is the biggest reason." Tianzai said slowly, "I know. If there is such a day, I won't be merciful." Marquis Changguo's expression changed slightly. "But now I believe that Wei Shihe's madness was not caused by him," Tianzai said. "If he had the ability, why didn't he let the Sun Sword Saint go mad in the palace? If Wei Shihe succeeded in assassinating the emperor, His Majesty would be like a dragon in the sky. Prince Qingqing would inherit the throne, and he would be able to control the court as an official. How delightful would that be?" Marquis Changguo was speechless. This was indeed inexplicable. "Furthermore," Tianzai said, "since he returned to the capital, he has stirred up a lot of trouble. It seems very lively, but if you look at the source, you will find one thing. Although he has caused a lot of trouble each time, he has actually maintained a lot of restraint. He has not taken the opportunity to seize power, nor has he hit his political opponents when they are down. Even when His Majesty was unconscious, he did not use thunderous means to control the officials. He did not even think about it." Marquis Changguo said, "That is because he is afraid of the court and the common people. Since he is afraid of the court and the common people, why would he let Wei Shihe go mad and make things like this?" Marquis Changguo could not answer. "So, in this matter, Sun Lang is innocent. I believe him." Marquis Changguo shook his head and said, "This matter is innocent, but it does not mean—" Tian Xiang lowered his eyelids, concealing the frightening cold light in his eyes. "No, this matter is innocent, and that's enough. Brother Lo, you're naturally intelligent, and you're good at looking at the overall situation. But if you look too much, it's easy to overlook the essence. I'm inflexible and slow-witted, and I can't multitask. I can only do things one by one, and I can only think about things one by one. What I'm thinking about is only Wei Shi and his madness. Since it was not Sun Lang who did it, who could make the Sun Sword Saint go mad on the spot? Sun Lang spoke mysteriously last night and pretended to be serious. Obviously, he knew some inside information. Before, he always restrained himself and was not interested in wealth and power. He did not attack his political enemies, eliminate dissidents, seize power, or establish prestige. So, what did he want to do? On the battlefield, if there is a general who does not care about the military merits and does not plunder the war trophies, then there is only one possibility. He thinks the war is not over and he still has enemies. From this matter, Qi Lianyan, a playboy, actually got the holy sword, which was the biggest joke in the world. The Suishing sword owner, Ling Muli, brazenly assassinated the emperor, which was even more shocking. The nation-guarding sword saint did not take off his iron mask for 2 years and hurriedly came out of the closed-door training and died. There was no will and no inheritance. It was so hasty that it was more like he took the initiative to die. A few months ago, Bai Yue, the Tai-Bai sword owner and a senior official of 3 dynasties, died silently. Tian Zai calmly raised his head and looked around. Who is Sun Lang's enemy? Who can play with the life of the 7 luminaries' sword saint? I actually feel a bone-deep fear. Who is it? Nobody could answer, but they were all pondering. There was uneasiness in their eyes. Tian Zai glanced around and took in the expressions of the people around him. He remembered them carefully. Let's see what Sun Lang is going to do. If it's for the sake of the country, I'm willing to help him. Marquis Hengshan said solemnly, Empress's visit today is an opportunity. Let's see what Sun Lang is going to do. Let's see what he is going to do. Chapter 1108. Since ancient times, people who lived in the capital would often sigh that it was not easy to live in the capital. As the political center of the country, the capital was known as the most benevolent place at the foot of the emperor. It gathered all kinds of resources from all over the country, such as public security, medical care, human rights, the rule of law, products, services. All kinds of projects were like this. A large amount of social wealth also surged toward the center of the country. Of course, the housing prices in the capital were also rising day by day. In reality, housing had also become the most important problem that troubled the middle and lower classes. Whether it was renting or buying, it gradually became an unbearable burden for the people. It robbed the young of their future and emptied the purchasing power of 3 generations of people over 10 years. It chased away the poor and invited the rich in. Gradually, it created a clear division of wealth. Inside and outside the city there were 2 races, 2 worlds. It was the same everywhere. However, for Shinsei General Sun Lang, this was not a problem. He, Sun Lang, was in the system. A civil servant. The housing allocated by the country, the super-large type. According to Sun Lang's previous military exploits and his current position as a first-rank general, he already had the right to establish a residence. The court had to give him the corresponding treatment according to the standards of a first-rank official with military exploits in Tianyuan. A general's residence was naturally part of the problem. The Ministry of Rights also had to provide him with the corresponding staff and attendants, ranging from security guards to horse-rearing assistants to clerks and accountants. There were a total of 128 people. That's right, there was also the kind of life assistant that's specially arranged for the boss to have a young lady. Of course, the housing allocated by the country did not need to be built on the spot. There were many properties under the name of the court, as well as the treasury of the Ministry of Finance. This kind of property was basically used to reward officials who had performed meritorious deed. Usually, the emperor gave an order and the central government agreed. The Ministry of Works received the order and sent skilled craftsmen to inspect and repair the property. After confirming that there were no mistakes, it could be handed over for use. It was quite convenient. However, due to Sun Lang's awkward status, the process was much slower. However, after several confrontations, General Shinsei and His Majesty's offensive and defensive stances were clear at a glance. This situation undoubtedly greatly increased the efficiency of the various departments. They no longer dared to dawdle, fearing that Sun Lang would come over to drink tea. In addition, the Minister of Works, Su Zixin, was an honest man. He was afraid that Sun Lang would make a big fuss out of him, so he worked overtime and used enough materials. He purposely chose a luxurious and vast mansion as the residence of the Minister of Works, making it look grand and magnificent. By the way, Sun Lang's request at that time was, Can you let me be neighbors with Tensei Province? The reason was, when I get married to Empress in the future, we'll be able to merge the two families together, right? Su Zhixian was indeed an honest man. After hearing this request, he took out a map on the spot to confirm whether there was a vacant residence that met the request. He didn't expect that there really was one. It was just a little small. However, considering the idea of merging the two families in the near future that General Shinsei mentioned, this didn't seem to be a big problem. Of course, this matter was left unsettled in the end. This was because when Minister Su and General Sun were discussing the details, the honest Lord Su casually mentioned something along the lines of, relatives of the Rongwa family can also live here. As a result, General Sun's smile gradually froze. After a moment of silence, he chose a place that was thousands of miles away from Tensei Province and the Copper Sparrow Terrace. This was the place where Empress and the other important officials were standing now. It was worthy of being the residence of a general of the imperial court, worthy of being the residence of the #1 general of the Tianyuan Empire. In the imperial capital, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, the area it occupied was outrageous. The imposing gates stood tall, the continuous courtyard walls crazily enclosing the land. One could faintly see buildings with overhanging eaves and towering ancient trees. The leisurely chirping of birds and the soft rustling of branches in the wind spread out. A plaque with the 3 words, Shinto Province, written in gold hung high above the gate. Other than this, there was nothing else. The gate was tightly shut. There were no guards. There were only 2 stone beasts silently squatting in front of the gate to guard the residence. The Empress was supported by the eunuchs with a group of important ministers following behind her. She raised her head and looked at the divine stratagem manor, which had an extraordinary atmosphere, and said coldly, "Is this a closed door?" There were already palace servants knocking on the gate, but no one responded after a full 5 minutes. Not only were there no guards in Shinto Province, there wasn't even a gatekeeper. Tianzai couldn't keep his face straight. After all, he was the one who urged Empress to come here. It was really not good to see such a scene when she arrived. He shouted in a deep voice, "Empress has arrived. Why hasn't General Shinsei shown himself yet?" A voice responded from the depths of Shinto Province, "He's coming, he's coming." Empress sneered, "He's full of energy." Isn't he feeling wronged, lost, and helpless? Everyone waited in silence for the owner of the residence to open the gate. Then, they waited for another 5 minutes. Empress was about to explode a second time when she heard a muffled sound. The heavy gate slowly opened, and General Shinsei stuck his head out and smiled at everyone. "You're here." Tianzai glared at him and said, "What are you dawdling for?" Sun Lang gave a simple and honest smile. "I'm sorry, my house is really too big. It's really too far to run from my bedroom to here. I almost got lost. I'm just a country bumpkin, please don't take offense." He turned his gaze to Empress and continued to smile honestly. "Empress, what are you doing here? Don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry." Empress barely suppressed her anger and told herself to calm down. She took a deep breath and said calmly, "I summoned the general to the palace today, but I heard that the general was frightened yesterday." Sun Lang glared at her and said, "Empress, you're the one who was frightened. It's only been a few days since something happened to His Majesty. Is there a need for you to be like this? What is this guy saying?" Empress looked at Marquis Hengshan, meaning that this guy is starting to make a scene. "What do you think we should do?" Tianzai also had a headache. After all, he was an honest person, so he didn't hear the malice in Sun Lang's words. He was just a little confused. He thought for a moment and then shouted, "General Shinsei, Empress is here to visit you. Are you going to let us stand here?" Sun Lang immediately stretched his neck and looked at Empress's hand. He also put on a smile. "Empress is really considerate. Since you've come, then come. Where's the thing?" Empress was confused. "What thing?" Sun Lang looked impatient. Everyone knows that when you visit someone's home, you have to bring some fruits, pastries, and the like. It's not good to go empty-handed. Empress is the mother of the world. How are you setting an example for the people? It's fine if you don't bring anything, but it's also fine if you give me some money. Look at how poor my life is. Every day, I sleep in this big house that's a few thousand square meters. I'm lonely and cold. I don't even have the money to hire 100 maids. I'm alone in this second-ring field. I don't have anything. Empress was so angry that she laughed. Even if she had lived in the depths of the palace for a long time and didn't pay attention to the people's situation, she could still hear how shameless Sun Lang's words were. Did the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Works not provide you with housekeepers and servants? Sun Lang sighed. They did, but I fired them. I also returned their slave contracts. Empress really doesn't have the money to support so many people. Some of the officials couldn't stand it anymore. General, the monthly salary of the housekeepers and servants provided by the Ministry of Rights is paid by the imperial court. They don't spend your money, that still won't do. Sun Lang waved his hand and said, You may know a person's face, but you don't know his heart. How can I feel at ease using them? If they stay in my house, I won't be able to sleep well. If they have evil intentions and want to take my chastity at night and take my body, I won't be able to call for help. Don't you think so? Tianzai frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense in front of the nation's mother. Hurry up and open the door and let us in. Sun Lang looked troubled. Why do you want to come in? I think it's better if we don't. You're all people with reputations. If you don't bring gifts when you're guests, you'll be suspected of being stingy. If word gets out, it'll ruin your reputation. Don't glare at me. If you insist on coming in, it's not like we can't discuss it. He took out a stack of paper from nowhere. This is a promissory note. Everyone needs to stamp their fingerprint. Treat it as a gift. I'll send someone to your residences to cash it later. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Empress saw that Sun Lang was full of nonsense and became suspicious. She said coldly, General, you're making all kinds of excuses. Could it be that there's something shameful in your residence that you don't want us to see? What a coincidence. Last night, the sword saint of water, Shun Yaohua, disappeared for no reason. I was just about to ask you about it. Chapter 1109. What a coincidence. Last night, Sword Saint Shun Yaohua disappeared for no reason. I was just about to ask General Shang about this matter. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers accompanying Empress all felt the urge to cover their faces and sigh. Empress, can you have some political wisdom? If you reveal your weapon now, aren't you just giving Sun Lang a chance to make a fuss? He's the kind of monkey that will jump up if given a pole. As expected, when the General of Divine Strategies heard this, his eyes widened. Missing? What happened? You keep pretending. Empress sneered inwardly as she stared sharply at Sun Lang. Last night, Swordmaster Shun was lured out of the Imperial Palace. Wait. Sun Lang's expression changed as he sternly said, Shun Yaohua is the widow of the late Sword Saint of Water, a dignified and chaste woman of the dynasty. Why would she stay in the Imperial Palace in the middle of the night? Empress, as the mother of the dynasty and the role model of all women, don't you understand the rules of chastity? You are the ruler of the inner palace and the imperial harem. All matters of the imperial harem are decided by you alone. Why would you force the widow of a hero of Tianyuan Empire to stay in the palace? The Empress did not expect Sun Lang to shoot at her from this angle. Hearing this, she panicked. She immediately denied, I did not. Sun Lang's expression became agitated. He stretched out his hand and pulled, and the huge golden-painted beast ring doors suddenly opened. A gust of wind swept out, and the general of divine strategies figure flashed over the tall threshold, approaching the Empress aggressively. You don't have it? If it wasn't Empress, who did? Empress, don't tell me that Xin Yaohua willingly stayed in the palace. Empress had been beaten senseless by Sun Lang during their several confrontations in the imperial court. A seed of fear had long been planted in her heart. Now that she saw him being so aggressive, she subconsciously panicked. By the way, aggressive is a verb, not a verb. Don't get it wrong. Therefore, Empress only said, she. Sun Lang's expression suddenly changed. His eyebrows rose, and his anger was clearly visible. What do you have to say, Empress? Xin Yaohua and my brother Chao are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Who would have thought that during the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain, would turn against them, causing them to bleed and leave this world forever. She lost her husband at a young age. Although she left the family, she lived in seclusion for the past 2 years. She kept her husband in her heart, but did not have the thought of remarrying. How admirable! Today, Brother Chao's spirit is not far away. The husband and wife were united, causing the light of the stars to shine. She, a woman, was recognized by the sacred sword of water and became the master of the sword. As the saying goes, if one never forgets, there will be an echo. She was deeply affectionate and loyal, unchanging even in death. Only then did the sacred water appear. This was her reward for spending 2 years alone in the temple. But the 2 years of infatuation and the unchanging affection that my brother Chao had for me were all destroyed by you in a single night. Xin Yaohua was forced to stay in the palace after obtaining the sacred sword. If this matter were to spread outside, who knows how many rumors would arise. Her reputation would be completely ruined. Empress, you are also a woman. That's too much. Indeed, it was too much. Empress was the most honorable woman in the world. She was the role model for all women in the world. She was the most powerful woman in the world. Yet, she had been punched with the iron fist of political correctness by a steel-like man. No, it was a combo. Everyone was stunned when they felt General Shen's surging and incessant verbal power. Sun Lang's choice of angle was too tricky. The imperial concubine was struck dizzy, and there was no need to mention the grievance and resentment in her heart. I'm Empress, oh Empress, who are you to tell me the importance of a woman's chastity? It was as if a veteran rural feminist was being scolded by a steely straight man. You're a servile man who doesn't know how to be an independent reproductive machine. Could he tolerate it? Empress said sternly, how dare you? It was Xin Yaohua herself. Sun Lang roared, Empress, please reconsider. Are you trying to say that Xin Yaohua stayed in the palace willingly? There are some words that you have to take responsibility for saying. The imperial concubine waved away the eunuch's support and said angrily, Good, you're really the first to complain. I haven't even investigated your crime of disrespect, and you're already accusing me. Sun Lang's eyes widened. I'll let the imperial concubine know that this isn't your imperial palace. This is the imperial capital. This is a place of reason. It's not a place where you can hide the sky with one hand. Today, you said that Xin Yaohua willingly stayed in the palace. You're ruining the reputation of Tian Yuan's widow. You're ruining the fruits of victory of the Tian Yuan War. You're making my poor brother Chao unable to rest in peace after his death. He can't do anything to you when he's dead, but I, Sun Lang, am still alive. Listen to me carefully. You can eat shit, but you can't speak nonsense. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the methods of Tian Yuan's soldiers, even if I have to give up my life. At the end of his speech, Sun Lang's finger was already pointing at Empress's nose. According to the laws of the empire, this was almost a crime of disrespect. The eunuchs, consecrators, and guards in charge of Empress's protection had all turned pale. The ministers of the empire couldn't stand still either. Hearing the imperial concubine's angry shout, the imperial guards all drew their swords and stepped forward. Sun Langqing took out the sacred sword of Mars and raised it, sweeping his gaze around. "What's the matter? Are you all here to offer your blood and celebrate the happy occasion of this sun's housewarming?" Marquis Hengshan stood in front of Empress and said sternly, "Sun Lang, what are you doing? Damn you, Tianbuguang! Didn't you hear me just now? You're also a soldier of Tian Yuan. Do you have the right to pretend that you didn't see my name being insulted?" Sun Lang pointed his sword at the other ministers. These people were all heroes of their time. Although they were now in high positions, they had also been on the battlefield. "You're all not talking? You don't even want to speak human language?" He raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "If you don't talk, I'll talk. If you don't dare to do it, I'll do it. Let's go. Lead the way. I'm going to lodge a complaint. I'm going to lodge a complaint against Empress for speaking nonsense and insulting the martyrs of Tian Yuan. I'd like to see if there's any law in this world. I'd like to see if there's any justice in this world." Marquis Changguo and the others all glanced at Tian Zai. Their eyes expressed the same meaning. "I heard that you believe in Sun Lang? I heard that you want to see what Sun Lang is going to do?" He blocked Empress at her door and scolded her. Then, he claimed that he was going to lodge a complaint against the Emperor. "Lodge a complaint against the Emperor, your mother. Lodge a complaint against his wife to the Emperor." For hundreds of years, there was no lack of examples of lodging a complaint against the Emperor. There were cases where injustice was redressed. There were cases where evil could not prevail over good. There were cases where ants could shake giant trees. There were cases where eggs could shatter rock. In a feudal country like Hudu, where the legal system was far from perfect, lodging a complaint against the emperor became the last choice for people who had no way out. They would do everything they could and disregard life and death just for justice and righteousness. Only in front of the high and mighty emperor could the gap of power between oneself and the enemy be reduced to the greatest extent. Yes, it was like a natural chasm. If they were not desperate, no one would take the risk of being severely punished by torture to lodge a complaint against the emperor. Therefore, when the evil official with power fell from his horse, the people who had lost everything won. Therefore, when the tyrannical madman was executed, the filial son whose family had declined won. Therefore, the plaintiff was a first-grade general of the empire, and the defendant was empress of the current dynasty. What the hell was this? For a moment, countless curses reverberated in the hearts of the people. This operation was so outrageous that everyone was shocked and absent-minded. Facts proved that once someone like Sun Lang put down his face to make trouble, the effect would inevitably be devastating. Lodge a complaint against Empress. If an ordinary person went crazy and wanted to lodge a complaint against Empress, they would have been silently buried by various invisible hands. They would not even have the chance to say their last word. However, the plaintiff was Sun Lang. Based on his recent operation and performance, everyone in the imperial capital would believe that he could definitely make it happen. And then, was that not enough? Obviously, if this matter was really settled by him, regardless of who won or lost, Empress would not be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. What was a dark history? The dark history of an internet magnate was when he was suddenly arrested by the police while flying overseas. Then, milk tea turned into matcha. Rumors flew everywhere. Regardless of whether he was innocent or guilty, regardless of whether he was in jail or released, when people mentioned him in the future, they would smile knowingly. They would think of this incident and bring it up. This was called a dark history. Moreover, General Shunsei successfully lodged a complaint against Empress. This was definitely a major event that would be recorded in the history book. Rumors spread among the people and spread everywhere. Foreigners would crazily pay attention to it and repost it. They would also exclaim that Huda's legal system was so advanced that they would even write **T articles, such as, only such a democratic and just country would have such a lawsuit. Not to mention the people who were bored out of their wits and bored unofficial history writers. It was easy to imagine what kind of role the Empress would play in this eternal rumor. The people of this era valued reputation more than anything else. When the imperial concubine thought of this, her face turned green. Even if she racked her brains, she would never have imagined that she would be checkmated by Sun Lang in a place like this. She was not a saint who had no desires, nor was she a perfect person who did not care about honor, disgrace, or reputation. She had 7 emotions and 6 desires, but she also had weaknesses. Her motive for being enemies with Sun Lang was entirely because she was standing in the position of the Emperor, and her standing with the Emperor was not all because of the bullshit of deep love between husband and wife. She was Empress. Only with the Emperor would there be an Empress. Her status and wealth were tightly tied to the Emperor. Protecting the Emperor was the same as protecting herself. Then the question was, now that she had encountered such a situation, if Sun Lang really wanted to go all out to deal with her, would she be able to withstand it? Would the Emperor protect her? How to maintain it? Now that the matter of a complaint to the Emperor was out, it would be useless no matter how the Emperor tried to protect her. Damn it. What to do? Coward. Empress looked at Tianzai. Marquis Hengshan. She tried to keep her voice calm and even. You said it before. You said that you would make sure that this consort was safe. Sun Lang, calm down. Tianzai stood up to protect Empress. He advised, you can't act on impulse. If you file a complaint to the Emperor, not only will it put Empress at the center of the storm, Shen Yaohua and even General Chao will also be disturbed. Things haven't reached that point yet. I think there must be a misunderstanding. Sun Lang's face was cold. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Tianzai looked around and whispered, this is not a place to talk. There are too many people and I don't feel at ease. How about we go in and find a place to slowly talk? Sun Lang sneered. Does Empress dare to enter our courtyard? Empress obviously didn't want to enter. She had already suffered such a big loss in front of the door. If she entered Sun Lang's lair, who knew what would happen? However, if she retreated, Sun Lang definitely wouldn't let it go. If this madman really went to file a complaint to the Emperor, then, just as she was hesitating, Tianxiang turned around and lowered her head. She softly said, Nyang Nyang, with this subject here, I will definitely ensure your safety. You can rest assured, Sun Lang, that bastard, won't dare to act recklessly. It's best to clear up this misunderstanding. Otherwise, as you can see, Sun Lang, this madman, can do anything once he gets angry. Empress couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This tactic of filing a complaint to the Emperor was too cunning. Moreover, even if she went in, could the situation be worse than this? In broad daylight, in Sun Lang's lair, what would he dare to do to this consort? I want to see what kind of medicine he has in his gourd. With this thought, she said calmly, since that's the case, I'll give Marquis Hengshan some face. Tianzai said respectfully, thank you, Empress. Then, Marquis Hengshan turned around. Sun Lang looked up and their gazes met. It's done. Chapter 11:10. Perfect coordination. Tacit coordination. Exquisite double act. And then it was done. Empress had come aggressively with the intention of denouncing him, but then she had been beaten by General Shinsei in a series of moves. She had been left panic-stricken and helpless, unable to advance or retreat. Then, Tianzai had stepped forward bravely, and Sun Lang had played the side drum on the side. The white-faced and red-faced people had each sung a few lines, and the dizzy Empress had been fooled. Simple, easy, and pleasant. Sun Lang shot a glance at Empress's dignified and beautiful appearance, and inwardly sneered. It was only because he was full of righteousness and knew etiquette. Otherwise, according to this plot, the Emperor's head would be covered in green. He stepped aside and stretched out his hand, saying, "Your Highness, please." Empress stared at Sun Lang and fell into silence. She had been thwarted by Sun Lang time and time again, and her heart was already filled with fear. When she thought about entering this bastard's lair and coming into close contact with him, she instinctively felt waves of panic. But she couldn't not go in. After all, this guy was crazy. If he stubbornly went to complain to the Emperor, causing an uproar in the imperial capital and even the whole world to know about it, then her reputation as Empress would be ruined. Empress had lived in the depths of the palace for a long time, so she had seen many schemes and schemes. There were many ways to fight in the Forbidden Palace, but only the heart was the most murderous. The word reputation was truly too important. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the palace and survive for a long time, the first thing one needed to do was to stay away from disputes and not be contaminated by the mortal world. Once one was involved in a disgusting matter, even if one was wrongly accused, it was useless. There were some things that one could not easily wash clean of once one was involved in. And Sun Lang wanted to destroy her heart. He wanted to drag the high and mighty Empress into a shocking court case. As long as the matter was blown out of proportion, it would mean endless troubles and future troubles. So she was terrified. She was afraid of that. She was afraid that her reputation would fall. She was afraid that her dignity would be damaged. She was afraid that the power in her hands would leave her. She was afraid that the people in the palace would lose respect for her. She was afraid that she would become the object of discussion and even a laughingstock. And Sun Lang seemed to be able to easily achieve this. His Majesty had no way to protect her. Yes, how could he protect him? Sun Lang had been jumping up and down in the capital for so long, and the Emperor had no way to stop him. He could smash the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he could perform a one-man show in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, he could roar at the court, and he could run amok in the Imperial Palace. If such a domineering minister wanted to sue the Emperor, he would definitely be able to do so. As long as this imperial lawsuit was filed, everything would be over. Regardless of victory or defeat, regardless of the process, Empress was like a noble, awe-inspiring, inviolable lady who had been pushed into a quagmire and beaten by an unscrupulous rogue. Even if the police came afterwards to uphold justice, even if someone helped in the middle, it would all be meaningless, because her dirty and ugly appearance, covered in mud, would be firmly remembered by the spectators and would continue to be talked about for years, decades, or even decades. When she thought of this, her heart could not help but tremble. After all, she was a woman deep in the palace. She did not have the courage to die with the enemy, nor did she have the means to do so. It was understandable that she would temporarily admit defeat and compromise. Since Sun Lang had agreed to enter to discuss in detail, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. Empress quickly calculated in her mind. Although the other party was crazy, he was not stupid at all. He wanted to seek revenge from the Emperor because of the old incident in the Great Barren Mountain. He would not do something strenuous and unrewarding for no reason. In other words, so that was it. He wanted to make a deal with me and find out some information? Fine, I will pretend to be polite with him for the time being and deal with this obstacle first. After thinking through the matter from beginning to end, Empress's fear in her heart gradually disappeared. She turned back and said, "I have some confidential matters to discuss with the general." "You wait here." Sun Lang heard her and said, "Wait, that won't do." "Why, do you still want them to listen by the side?" Empress frowned and said, "What do you mean, Grand Preceptor Crown Prince?" Sun Lang sighed and said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to report. I am very nervous." The political situation in the capital is extremely dangerous. After I returned to the capital, I could feel the deep malice coming from all directions. These days, I am really sitting on pins and needles. I am trembling with fear, afraid that the evil enemy will find a flaw. Why is there so much malice? Don't you have any *king idea in your heart? Empress cursed in her heart. Her face became more and more impatient. So, Sun Lang said, if your majesty enters my home alone, what if there is an evil reactionary force hiding in my residence? Taking advantage of my unpreparedness, they can suddenly attack and cut your majesty in half. Then wouldn't your majesty be wronged? Therefore, it is better to have more people. Before he finished speaking, the eunuch beside Empress shouted, General, don't speak nonsense. Your Majesty is the mother of the world and is revered by all people. Naturally, the heavens will protect you, Sun Lang suddenly said. Then what about the matter with His Majesty? That pitiful eunuch was immediately tongue-tied. No matter what he said, it wouldn't be appropriate. Your Majesty, even His Majesty will be assassinated. This means that you are also in danger. Sun Lang blinked. In his words there was a profound meaning. After all, your Majesty only has a noble status and no real power. You lack the influence of the court. If your Majesty's life can be exchanged for my, Sun Lang's, fall from grace, then it is a transaction that cannot be more worth it. Even a 3-year-old child knows how to make a choice. Not to mention that scheming, vicious, ungrateful, cold by nature, who doesn't mind using everything. Behind the scenes, right? Empress's heart thumped heavily a few times. A chill slowly emerged in her heart. That's right, if this consort were to die here, Sun Lang would obviously have to bear the consequences. If this consort's death could be linked to him, then His Majesty would be able to legitimately mobilize the power of the imperial court to deal with him. Therefore, she shivered inwardly and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Sun Lang, on the other hand, smiled and said, Everyone, please? Tianzai secretly glared at Sun Lang and also said in a low voice, Everything is left to me. Your Majesty need not worry. Empress's mind was in a daze. Her brain reacted even slower. She muddle-headedly stepped over the threshold. The eunuchs, female officials, and guards behind her wanted to follow, but they saw Sun Lang raise his hand to block them. An invisible wall of qi formed and agitated, blocking them. The eunuch beside Empress forced a smile and said, General, you are, Sun Lang said with a smile. His Majesty bestowed this large residence to me. A few days ago, he also gave me the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. For his sake, I won't accept Empress's gift. However, such a large group of people came to visit me, a first-rank general of the court, as guests. Furthermore, you came to my new residence as I moved. You didn't even give me a bribe. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? As a minister from outside the court, you actually asked for a bribe from the inner court. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? What kind of world is this? We are the ones asking for a bribe. As ministers, you have to bribe us. We can talk to the nobles in the palace. If there is any trouble, we can send a message in advance. Sun Lang didn't care about their angry expressions. He waved the stack of paper in his hand and said, If you don't have money, you can write an IOU. Everyone, 10,000 taels. Thank you for your patronage. If you don't have money, scram. The Empress of Heaven. 10,000 taels? Whether it was the eunuchs, palace maids, or even the imperial guards, they were all furious. 10,000 taels of silver? The monthly allowance given by the Dark Palace couldn't be saved this amount in a lifetime. Sun Lang ignored them and turned to look at the important ministers. Colleagues, we are all ministers of the same palace. Today I, your brother, am moving to a new residence. You can't just bring your faces here, right? This brat, what did he say? When Shaoshi, one of the 3 orphans, said, "As ministers of the same palace, we should congratulate each other on moving to a new residence. We should be friends, and we should be friends. However, this amount of 10,000 taels, isn't it?" Sun Lang laughed and said, "Su Lao Tai, you really like to joke. You are an important minister of the current court and a respected minister. How can you be compared to the servants in the palace? I only want 10,000 taels of silver. Isn't this slapping your face? Damn it, this brat came to beat people up," the minister said angrily. "This old man is a first-rank official and also has a title. My annual salary, including Shijing, is not even 2,000 taels of silver." Sun Lang waved his hand and said, "Brother, you're bullying me again because I'm not well educated. Other than Bao Shiren, that kind of idiot, who else relies on their salary to make a living? Just look at you, Brother Su. How much land do you have in the countryside? How many industries do you have in your clan? How many businesses do you have in the capital? How many businesses do you have in your family? How many businesses do you have in the capital? Let's not even talk about these things. Usually, when you write or draw, there will be merchants with high artistic attainments willing to pay a high price for it." Before he finished, Su Lao Tai flew into a rage out of humiliation and rushed through the door. 10,000 taels of silver. Take it or leave it. Sun Lang muttered, stingy. Hey, what about you? Take it or leave it. I want to discuss some important matters with Empress. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. How could they be willing to get entangled with Sun Lang after seeing what had happened? They all pinched their noses and admitted their debt. Bleeding for no reason, they were very unhappy. They stepped through the door with an unfriendly expression. Sun Degu naturally welcomed them with a smile. When he turned his head and saw that the palace servants were about to make a move, he immediately changed his expression. What are you looking at? If you don't have money, squat on the side. If anyone dares to barge in, break their crutches with a thick stick and throw them out. A moment later, a few eunuchs showed grief and indignation. Pay up. Don't put on such an expression. You are guests in my house. Smile for me. Sun Lang handed over the IOU and said gently, also, don't worry. I am not an evil spirit. This is just an IOU. You can renege on the debt. If you don't want to pay it back, it's fine. When you are in the palace, help me find out some things. The money. When the eunuchs heard this, they shivered and immediately rushed in. Pay. When I return to the palace, I will send the money to your residence. After confirming that no one wanted to buy a ticket, Sun Lang closed the door. The large Shinto province was extremely cold. Although there were carved beams and painted rafters, magnificent, the stewards and odd-job workers had all been dismissed by Sun Lang. After Empress and the others walked in, there was no one to receive them. They could only stroll along the wide front yard, looking very awkward. Sun Lang caught up from behind. You've been waiting for a long time. Let's walk around? Empress said indifferently, there is nothing to see. Let's find a place to talk. Sun Lang shook his head, wrong. There really is a place to see in this residence. Empress raised her eyebrows. Oh? Could it be that there is a wonderful scenery here? General Shinsei smiled slightly. There is no wonderful scenery. It is just that when this great official moved into a new home last night, I was moved to a new place and remembered the past. On a whim, I splashed ink and painted a series of stories on a mural in the residence. It is based on a real person's story. I feel that it is very interesting. Empress, do you want to take a look? The speaker had a meaning, and the listener had a heart. Empress looked at Sun Lang, and the hearts of all the officials were moved. Tian Zai's eyes darkened, and his companions also looked over. Sun Lang had tricked Empress into his residence. This was his goal. Here it comes. This painting was definitely the meat of the drama. The content of the painting, just imagining it, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Empress muttered to herself for a moment and nodded. Since that is the case, we naturally have to take a look. That is great. Sun Lang's smile became more and more warm. I will not charge Empress the entrance fee, but I will have to pay for the visit. Everyone, this is a popular attraction, so I have to pay more. Chapter 11:11. Looking at General Shen's outstretched hand, everyone present fell into a long silence. They didn't know what to say. It was just that there was an old curse stuck in their throats, and they couldn't help but spit it out. Hey, I'll say, can you be a bit more serious? Can you talk about serious matters in detail and only talk about serious matters? Is it fun to make jokes? Everyone understood this in their hearts. Last night, when Sun went crazy and Xueyao disappeared, you were there, so you're very suspicious. Today, when Empress summoned you, you said you were sick and didn't come out. You teamed up with Tianzai to set up a trap and coaxed Empress into your house. You must be plotting something, and it seems like you want to steal His Majesty's wife. Everyone knows. So, can't you just be obedient and do whatever you want with a flip of your hand? Use your clever strategies and step-by-step plans to play with Empress in the palm of your hand. Are you serious about playing politics and scheming? Everyone will cooperate with you. Everyone knows how to create a good background. General Shen's scheme against Empress involves a game of chess with the imperial power. This is such a serious matter. You actually want to take our money? The ministers were all in a bad mood. They really didn't lack that little bit of money. 10,000 taels of silver sounded like a lot, and it was indeed a lot. It was enough for 100 ordinary families to live on for 20 years. If the commoners had this much savings, they could be considered wealthy families. But for the most powerful ministers of the Empress Hudu Empire, this was nothing more than a number on a gift list. It was nothing more than the annual profit of a property. Indeed, it was as Sun Lang had said. As a first-rank official, who would rely on their salary to live, top-level status meant top-level power. Once one had power in one's hands, money and beauties that ordinary people would never be able to imagine in their lifetime would swarm towards you as if they had grown legs, the kind that could not be stopped. And Sun Lang's behavior also proved this point very well. The Shensei general had easily earned hundreds of thousands of taels of silver with just a few words. The speed at which he earned money was simply insane. How could an ordinary person learn from him and directly extort the ministers of the imperial court and the palace servants of the imperial city? However, not only did he blackmail them, but he also succeeded. He had dozens of IOUs in his pocket, and he didn't even need their fingerprint. He wasn't afraid that they would go back on their word. Obviously, no one would dare to go back on their word. That was why he was so angry. I'm so angry. The ministers did not lack the money at all, but they felt vexed. It was one thing to accept the housewarming gift, but they still had to collect money to enter the door. This black-hearted project was endless, and it made them look like they were here to give money away. He wanted to leave in a huff, but he was still a little reluctant. Since he was already here and had paid the 10,000 silver taels, he could not return it. Could it be that he was going to leave just like that? Looking at Sun Lang's mysterious and meaningful smile, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Sun Lang and Tianzai had worked together to set up a trap and lure Empress into this place. They probably wanted to let Empress see this so-called serial mural. From this, it could be seen that the content of the mural was no small matter. It was certainly a part of Sun Lang's plan, and it was enough to greatly shock and even shake Empress's state of mind. Think about it. I really want to see it. This involved the game between Sun Lang and the Emperor, the changes in the situation of the court, and the next step in the struggle between the two. As the helmsman of the imperial court, How could the ministers turn a blind eye to this? After seeing it, they would have a plan in their hearts and could calmly make arrangements to avoid their own interests being damaged. Of course, this was only the thought of some of them. The other group of people were alarmed. Damn, could it be that they had been tricked by Sun Lang again? If the content of the mural was rather explosive 404 related, such as some extremely secretive big news that the emperor would kill anyone who saw it, then if they foolishly went to see it, wouldn't they be foolishly tied to Sun Lang's chariot? The most king amazing thing was that they had actually spent a large sum of money to go there themselves. In the future, even if they wanted to cry out for injustice, they would have no place to go. For example, if you said you were wronged, then Sun Lang would not leave the house. Was it you who decided to go visit him? Sun Lang said that you had to pay to enter the door. As a first-rank minister, your annual salary was no more than 2,000 taels. You would rather spend 5 years of your salary to enter, was it you? You had to pay to see the mural. Were you really that greedy? Something like that. Cunning, very cunning. Therefore, this group of cautious people had the thought of retreating. Damn it, this old man was a first-rank official, in charge of the important weapons of the country. He had students all over the country. His position was high and even the emperor had to treat him with respect. Why should he get involved in this mess? Su Xianxin, the young master of literature, was the first to speak. This old man came with the empress today to visit the general of divine strategies. Now that I see that the general of divine strategies is in good health and his complexion is rosy, my hanging heart is finally at ease. This old man is already old. After walking for a long time, I am quite tired. I will take my leave first. A few people who were suspicious and did not want to get involved in this mess also agreed. Sun Lang was stunned and said, "Sirs, you don't care about the matter of the Sun Radiance Sword Master and the Water Radiance Sword Master?" Only then did everyone suddenly wake up and remember the original purpose of this trip. However, looking at Sun Lang's innocent appearance, the anger in their hearts burned fiercely. "You still remember the King business?" Young Master Su put on a fake smile and said, "How can we discuss the national affairs in a private residence? This matter needs to be discussed in the court. There is a place in the Privy Council of the palace to rest. This old man will go and rest for a while. When the private affairs between General Shinsei and Empress are settled, we can discuss it again." Sun Lang immediately turned to Empress and said, "Empress, Lord Su is mocking us, saying that we can't distinguish between public and private affairs. Lord Su thinks that the conflict between us should be solved fairly and openly. If there is a misunderstanding, it should be discussed in the court. For example, I think that Empress is wrong to force the Water Radiance Sword Master Shin Yaohua to stay in the palace. Lord Su thinks that we should not explain clearly and resolve the conflict here. He thinks that I should bravely complain to the Emperor and let His Majesty and the officials decide this matter." Lord Su was blamed in the blink of an eye. He said angrily, "I didn't." Although Empress knew that Sun Lang was up to no good, women were emotional creatures. She was already very annoyed by Sun Lang's threat of complaining to the Emperor. When she heard this, she was very unhappy. Even the way she looked at Lord Su became a little unfriendly. She was obviously a little unhappy. As the saying goes, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The brave tourist who was angry at the black tour guide's black-hearted fee was hung up and beaten as soon as he came out. This greatly intimidated the other itinerant tourists. Although they were not afraid of Empress or Sun Lang, there was no need to stand out. Sun Lang fanned the flames again. "If you didn't, why didn't you come in? Are you disdaining to be with us? I knew it. You look down on me and Empress. Lord Su said angrily, "Sun Lang, don't use this as a pretext to make a fuss. I'm just not interested in your murals. I've been practicing both civil and martial arts since I was young. I started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, started writing at the age of 5, and integrated a series of finger techniques into fine brushwork at the age of 7. I think I've dabbled in painting and calligraphy. I'm much better than a martial artist like you who only knows how to fight and kill people to extort money. What's so good about your paintings? Sun Lang said, Lord Su's words are too arrogant. You didn't even look at it. What makes you think that my paintings can't compare to yours? Being so arrogant is not the conduct of a gentleman. Lord Su sneered and said, It's fine if I just look. It's just that the general wants to extort a large sum of money just to look at the paintings. I'm not rich, so I really look down on you. Sun Lang turned around and said, Empress, Lord Su slipped away because he doesn't have money. Empress was not happy. She said coldly, This is easy. I'll pay for Lord Su's money. Let the Lord Su, who is skilled in both painting and calligraphy, evaluate the general's paintings. It's also a good story in the literary world. F***ck. Only then did Su Xianxin realize that he had been F***king tricked by Sun Lang again. Before he could open his mouth, Sun Lang said, Lord Su, if you continue to refuse, then you're looking down on Her Highness. Su Shaosher's eyes flashed with anger. He said coldly, Thank you for your kindness, Empress. It would be impolite for me to refuse. The general is good at making money and has excellent skills. He's really a pillar of the court. But be careful, don't play with fire and burn yourself. What's the point of dragging the court officials and Empress to look at the murals? If you draw something amazing and get caught, you'll be charged. His Majesty will take advantage of the situation and follow up. Be careful not to peel off a layer of skin. Sun Lang did not take this threat to heart. He had succeeded in making fun of Lord Su. He turned to smile at Empress and winked. He had a look of happy cooperation. Empress had made the final decision to make fun of this annoying Lord Su. She felt much better. When she saw Sun Lang winking at her, a smile appeared on her face. She then realized that it was inappropriate and put on a stern face again. She regained her noble and awe-inspiring appearance as the Empress of the nation. Thus, Sun Lang turned his gaze to the other ministers. Do you all still want to continue making up stories? Empress said indifferently, It's just a mural. What's the big deal? If you don't have enough money, I'll help you. Since you're here, let's go take a look. She was not stupid. Sun Lang obviously had ulterior motives. Although she was under his control, she could not let him take advantage of her. The mural seemed to have a lot to it. She should not have seen it. However, this guy threatened to sue the emperor. She could not resist for a while. The wisest thing to do was to drag more people down with her. In this way, even if there was something amazing in the mural, there would be more people who stood on the same side. No matter what happened, there would be more room to maneuver. After all, if the sky fell, there would always be tall people to hold it up. The more people there were to share the burden, the safer she would be. Empress is really generous. You're worthy of being the Empress of the nation, Sun Lang said with a smile. Empress heard this and her heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. If this guy asked for an exorbitant price, how much money would it cost for the dozens of people present? The Copper Sparrow Terrace, which made a lot of money every day, was taken by this guy. The income of the palace suddenly decreased by a lot. Right now, there was no lack of silver in the palace treasury, but the future had to be considered. This bastard was vicious and merciless. He dared to ask for 10,000 taels as soon as he entered. Now that I'm taking care of everything, he must take the opportunity to make a big profit. Just as Empress was nervously calculating the amount of money in her little treasury, Sun Lang's voice sounded by her ear. It made her heart clench. Let me see. Let's say there are 30 people here. The cost of this visit will all be paid by you. The total is 30 taels of silver. Evil creature! 300,000 taels. Another 10,000 taels per person. You really dare to ask for it? The Empress' vision darkened. Empress was in charge of the inner palace. She was also the head of the household. She had to be careful with her spending. This guy dared to do such a thing to Empress. Among the traitorous officials of the past, this person was one of the top. The total is 30 taels of silver. Empress, you're considerate. You're willing to pay such a huge sum for Lord Su, who is not rich. It's really touching and praiseworthy. I admire you. My money. Fortunately, it's only 10,000 taels per person. I didn't ask for too much. It's not to the extent that… Wait? Empress suddenly raised her head. How much? 30 taels. Sun Lang's smile was very warm. It shone with the light of good quality and reasonable pricing. After all, this great official is not some evil spirit. How can I make Empress spend so much money? Sun Lang smiled. Empress, you're the mother of a nation. You're in charge of the imperial harem. It's not easy to be the head of the household. You've saved up some private money, and still have to be generous to the officials who complain of being poor. Empress was dazzled by this smile. This guy doesn't seem as annoying as I imagined. Chapter 11-12. We need to clarify one more concept. That is, those who are strong in martial arts can really do whatever they want. Sun Lang is the #1 martial artist in the world, so he must be the big one among the big ones. He is a swordsman with a holy sword as his starting point. He has the grandpa with the greatest background on this planet teaching him day and night. He has the resources of the Hutu Empire, which doesn't care about the cost. He has made great progress in martial arts in 6 years, and he has made great progress in the Great Desolate Mountain. The title of Sword Saint can no longer satisfy him. He is simply the incarnation of the sword. As a swordsman, what is the most important quality? A pair of steady and powerful hands would allow you to wield your sword accurately without missing a hair. A pair of eyes as sharp as torches would allow you to observe the smallest detail and discern the situation clearly. With these two qualities, you would be able to do a lot of things. For example, you could painlessly castrate flies, confiscate mosquitoes' tools for committing crimes, or make your enemy's clothes explode in a tense and intense battle without being injured. You can even play with platelets. Of course, Sun Lang will not do such a boring thing. He only uses his unparalleled swordsmanship to draw. Many of the knowledge and skills in the world, when cultivated to the peak, can be used. At least for martial arts, this is the case. A pair of eyes that were as sharp as torches could observe the tiniest details, and a pair of hands that were steady and powerful could do even more things. It was no exaggeration to say that if Sun Lang were to return to Earth, with just these two skills, he would be able to make a 10th level fitter for you to see. If he were to learn painting and sculpting, not to mention whether or not he had the artistic cells, he would be able to make an exact copy for you. No one would be able to tell the difference. The precision of his hands, the powerful spatial sense of the world's top swordsman, these abilities can be used to compose and imitate, and the user can reach the realm of perfection in one night. This made Sun Lang realize his childhood dream in the other world more than 10 years later. I, Sun Lang, want to see Wu Nei's face. But yes, he succeeded. He saw it and he drew it himself. Perfect. Complete. Perfection. Empress, everyone, this book, I mean the work, this humble servant will name it Mystic Beasts. He pointed to the 2 huge words on the left and said. However, he could not hide the pride and satisfaction in his eyes. Success. Water Dragon Chong. Profound beast? Among the ministers, there was a literati who had a keen sense for words. Hearing this, he chewed on the words and said, This Xian character, does it mean Xian as in Xian, or Xian as in Xian as in Xian, or Xian as in Xian as in Xian? Sun Lang smiled and said, "That's not important. Everyone, please take a look." This was a continuous wall in the back garden of the general's mansion. It was surrounded by water and a lake. Willows were planted there. There was a pear-blossom courtyard in the distance and a catkin pond nearby. Even a plain place could show off a rich and graceful atmosphere. When everyone heard this, they all narrowed their eyes, perked up, and looked carefully. He was a little excited. He felt the thrill of peeking at a forbidden book for the first time in his life. After all, Sun Lang's mural was obviously full of innuendo. Everyone wanted to see what kind of shocking content this guy had to publish. After taking a closer look, everyone was stunned. After all, it was a backward feudal country. Whether it was the aesthetic level or the depth and breadth of cultural development, it could not be compared with modern Earth. The best-selling picture books in the empire were the erotic pictures. The illustrations in the novels were also very rough and bold. There was no concept of human proportions and otaku social security at all. Therefore, when people saw the otaku style that was specially created to charm otakus, it was easy to imagine the impact they would receive. Humph. The literati, led by the young Master Lord Su, were proficient in painting and calligraphy. They were true masters of literature and painting. At a glance, they could see that Sun Lang's brushstrokes were soulless. In layman's terms, it was full of craftsmanship and had no artistic value. After all, it was Sun Lang who drew it according to the impression in his mind. However, their faces were full of disdain, but their eyes were honest. "This painting is really big. No. These breasts are really wonderful." The more straightforward and more boorish military officials had already begun to drool. They undoubtedly recalled the years when they got together to listen to Commander of War's stories in the Tianyuan army. After listening to a few stories from Jiaing, they realized that the erotic books they had read before were not as good as the paper used to wipe their ass. Now that they saw Sun Lang's masterpiece, they felt that the pile of erotic paintings at home was not as good as the paper used to wipe their ass. "Damn, this guy has such a skill?" They all held their breaths, widened their eyes, and involuntarily looked down. This wall painting was very tall and long. Sun Lang's painting was very detailed, so when it was lined up, it was very spectacular. Everyone was trained in martial arts and had amazing eyesight. Even if they were not close, they could still see it clearly. Empress was also full of praise in her heart. This was a new thing, a style that no one had ever seen before. At first glance, they felt that it was very strange. The eyes of the people in the mural were unavoidably large, and their noses were also very difficult to see clearly. As a result, it seemed very awkward. However, this distorted face actually hid an indescribable beauty. Those large eyes were very beautiful, and the more one looked at them, the more one felt that it was pleasing to the eye. Not to mention the exquisite clothes and beautiful body. Even the fairies in the heavens could not be compared to them. It was just that this enchanting body and revealing clothes were somewhat offensive to public morals. Empress glanced at the intoxicated expressions of the officials and secretly spat. As for the eunuchs who had followed her in, their expressions were somewhat sour and regretful. It was as if they had seen the furthest distance in the world from this mural. In short, after experiencing the initial shock and amazement, everyone quickly entered a state of mind. They had never seen such an exotic style of painting, and the ingenious way of telling the story with words. All of this was so fresh that it involuntarily attracted everyone's attention. They could not wait to continue reading. The beginning of the mural explained the background of the story and the relevant plot. The classic confrontation between good and evil, the imminent war, was easy to understand and easy to immerse oneself in. The light side was extremely bright. It was a group of beautiful women with different styles. There was a mature female general who had not yet died, a valiant princess, an innocent little girl with strange strength, a devout female leader of the Xianmen Taoist sect, a famous female leader of an escort agency, and a reincarnated goddess of the present age. As for the dark side, other than the standard demonic female leader of the devil sect, who was very cold and attractive, the rest were all male creatures with indescribable appearances. Some were wretched, some were coarse, some were strong, some were as fat as pigs, some were as sharp as monkeys, some were as ugly as melons, and so on. They all had the same temperament, revealing the thirst of a male dog in heat. They looked even more villainous than the villains. In short, light and darkness, pure and beautiful girls and vulgar and despicable men, one side stood awe-inspiring and inviolable in the clouds, the other side stood in the disgusting mud. Such a sharp contrast was very helpful for the readers to immerse themselves in the characters' standpoints and pick their own side. After all, beautiful things always made people yearn for them. At least, that was what Empress thought. She glanced at those rampant and disgusting male creatures, a look of disgust on her face. Then she turned away and quickly skimmed over this part of the plot. She casually commented, "These vulgar men are really annoying. They really are ugly and I can't pick out any good points about them. The general's drawings are so vivid and lifelike." Meanwhile, the men's expressions were very strange. These important ministers of the present dynasty, whose internal energy cultivation was extremely exquisite and whose breathing was steady, all felt their heartbeats quicken and their breathing quicken. Unlike the relatively pure Empress, they could see some clues with their male instincts. Moreover, they knew Sun Lang's character very well. On one side, there were pure and flawless beauties with fiery and seductive figures. On the other side, there were unbearably coarse, disgusting, and vulgar men. There was going to be a war on both sides. Motherf ***, you can imagine what would happen. So, I'm so ***king excited. And the eunuchs also saw some clues. So their expressions became even more miserable. The story continued. Under the call and leadership of the Witch of the Demon sect, the forces of darkness officially declared war on the forces of light. In order to fight against the powerful enemy, the forces of light launched a large-scale alliance to fight against the powerful enemy together. In the face of the powerful enemy's military force and weapons, the beauties of the forces of light also showed their trump card. It turned out that the martial artists of the Radiant faction would be able to form a contract with a type of spirit beast when they had the opportunity. Their lives would be connected, and they would entrust their lives to each other. The spirit beast would then be able to bestow its master with supernatural powers, such as the ability to control lightning and fire, or even gain the speed of the wind. This was their trump card against the forces of darkness. This kind of strange beast that could give its master great power was called a mystical beast. Chapter 11:13. These Xian beasts were quite similar to the Imperial Army. After seeing this setting, this thought appeared in everyone's mind. There was no pressure at all. There was even a hint of a smile on their faces. Especially Empress. Because the Xian beasts were really too cute. That's right, Sun Lang referred to the settings of Pokemon and the like. Most of the Xian beasts were the kind of cute pet spirit. Coupled with beautiful girls, they were even more pure and cute. Of course, he also referred to other works, such as rainbow ponies and goblins. In any case, they were the kind that were very compatible with beautiful women. In short, the forces of light announced an alliance. A large composition was used here. The female leaders with different styles gathered together and raised their weapons high. The Xian beasts around them displayed their magical powers. Thunder, rain, lightning, light, sound and light effects were excellent. It looked very frightening. There was also a large group of background characters cheering at the side. There was an aura of justice that would prevail. However, compared to the female experts who were dressed gorgeously and had psychic Xian beasts, the equipment of these background characters was really too shabby. They only had ordinary swords, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. Their armor looked sloppy, and there were even leather armor and dung forks mixed in. It seemed that they were not very good at fighting. And the next big picture was the corresponding dark forces sending out their troop. The cold and elegant witch of the devil sect stood at the top of the mountain, with a domineering aura. The soldiers under her command moved forward silently. Although they were all ugly and crooked, every one of them had a serious expression. They wore steel helmets and tactical vests. They were fully armed and held assault rifles. Their eyes were hidden in the shadows. Behind them were huge main battle tanks. Above the sky, fighter jets whistled past. It was a kind of democracy. Seeing this scene, the adults frowned. They had already smelled something from this sharp contrast. They faintly sensed the deeper meaning that Sun Lang wanted to express. The equipment and weapons of these demon soldiers are from the Fire Nation? It also has the style of the Metal Nation. Xian beasts. When he was still called Jiaing, he once advocated the Li Fire threat. What are you hinting at? They were all smart people. Combined with Sun Lang's identity and motives, they could totally smell an extremely vicious political metaphor from this mural. What exactly did this guy want to do? Facing the gazes directed at him, Sun Lang only stood with his hands behind his back, smiling without saying a word. All kinds of guesses flashed through everyone's minds, but they were attracted by the story and couldn't help but continue watching. Amidst the wind and rain, light and darkness officially declared war. Troops and horses were mobilized, blades were pointed at each other, and the curtains of the first great battle soon opened, a rather emotional depiction of the war. After all, the chief painter was General Shunsei, the most capable professional soldier on this planet. He had experienced many battles and bloody battles. Across the entire world, there were very few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The war scenes drawn by such a person were not only very convincing, but also very visually impactful. It was a clash between light and darkness. The soldiers of the dark forces were extremely ferocious. They had advanced tactics and excellent weapons. Not only were they highly trained, but they also had a strong desire to destroy and plunder. Their will to fight was extremely firm. And on the side of light there were mystical beasts. The young girls who had formed contracts with mystical beasts turned into killing machines. The bullets were deflected and the shells were dodged. The shock waves and shrapnel almost couldn't hurt them at all. The elite mystical beasts attacked the enemy's military formation, destroyed the heavy artillery, and beheaded the commander. No one could stop them. The battle between the two sides was in a stalemate, but the outcome was slowly decided. The army of the dark forces couldn't stop the powerful mystical beasts at all. In the end, they issued the order to retreat. The heavy artillery fired smoke bombs as cover, and the chariots brought up the rear. The infantry rode on the armored vehicles and helicopters and quickly retreated. The fighter jets patrolled the sky and reported the situation of the battlefield. It was an orderly and powerful retreat. The side of light won the first battle. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. The army of the dark forces couldn't stop the young girls who were assisted by mystical beasts, but they wantonly massacred the army of the light forces. How could swords, spears, swords, and halberds resist guns and cannons? It was simply a one-sided massacre. Compared to the awe-inspiring might of the young girls, the performance of the army of light could be said to be inferior. If they weren't running away and crying, then they were about to run away and cry. Their tactics were outdated, their equipment was outdated, and their training was outdated. They couldn't do anything on the battlefield, and had to rely on the mystical beasts for protection. The role they could play was extremely limited. Their daily training was of no use on the battlefield where artillery fire filled the sky. Although they had won this battle, the death of countless ordinary soldiers still greatly shocked the young female leaders. Their miserable screams and miserable state on the battlefield caused the girls' beautiful faces to be covered in dust. In the central tent, the majestic princess loudly said, "We need more Xian beasts." The female dojo master of Xian Xian Dao School raised an objection. She said that the current problem wasn't the number of mystical beasts, but the large number of deaths of ordinary soldiers. They didn't have the ability to protect themselves in the face of the dark forces' new tactics and weapons. They could only be crushed like ants. If this continued, the ordinary army would collapse sooner or later. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase their combat strength and ability to protect themselves. For example, they could use the equipment and weapons left behind by the dark forces to equip the ordinary soldiers on their side. They could study the principles of those weapons and try to produce them. They could even improve their own tactics. These were all acceptable. All of this was to better protect their lives. But this suggestion was rejected. The young girls were very wise and open-minded. They didn't mind learning the advantages of the dark forces' weapons. There was no old-fashioned way of thinking to obstruct them. But it was still rejected. Because no was no. The enemy's new weapons could shoot sharp metal cones, just like crossbows. But those metal projectiles, even the best blacksmiths didn't know how to make them. Even if they were to copy them, they wouldn't be able to shoot them successfully. Not to mention those more complicated new weapons. And directly using the seized projectiles would be of no use because the quantity was extremely limited. This wasn't the most serious problem. The most serious problem came from within their own side. Even the smartest and most knowledgeable people couldn't understand how the enemy's new weapons worked. They even disdained to understand. They only knew how to raise and train mystical beasts. This was what they had learned their entire lives. They only knew that mystical beasts were the best in the world. Those who had mystical beasts would rule the world. They only knew that one mystical beast user could solve all problems. If that didn't work, then send 10 more. The standards of the military academy's instructors were even worse. They couldn't understand the new tactics displayed by the enemy. They couldn't respond. They didn't even know how to change. Since the birth of mystical beasts, this country's military theory was slowly biased to the extreme. After all, mystical beasts were too powerful. No matter how many tricks one had, no matter how many formations one had, as long as the elite mystical beast users were concentrated on the battlefield, charging and destroying the enemy, the ordinary army would follow up and then win. And all the smart people and young talents in the entire country were also racking their brains to study and train hard in preparation to participate in the mystical beast trial. If they were able to obtain the acknowledgement of a mystical beast, then they would immediately soar. Who would study? Who would study the art of war? Who would study science and technology? And the ordinary army and the country's civilians also held the idea that mystical beasts could solve all problems. After all, the powerful mystical beast users could defeat all strong enemies. To put it simply, this country had been imperceptibly influenced by generation after generation. The mystical beasts had tied the country to a high-speed chariot, madly rushing in an extremely biased direction. The mystical beasts had become the foundation of this country. The mystical beasts had become everything. The country's various actions were inseparable from the mystical beasts. Everything, everything, everything. Therefore, that proposal was rejected. Because there was no possibility of implementation, the entire country had placed all their hopes on the mystical beasts. They stubbornly refused new things, and even took the initiative to cover their eyes. Therefore, they needed more mystical beasts and more mystical beast users. And only in this way could they defeat the enemy. After listening to the analysis and explanation of the various female leaders, the dissenting female abbot let out a disappointed sigh. Her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of dust, as if she had thought of something, as if she was afraid of something. The domineering Infanta slammed the table with force. "We need more mystical beast users," she said. "Gather the superior forces and destroy the enemy at the fastest speed. Only in this way could the casualties of the ordinary army be controlled. After a quick victory, there would be a chance to correct the country's shortcomings. But at the same time, in the base camp of the dark forces, the cold and elegant demoness of the devil cult sat on the throne, holding a goblet, swirling the blood-red wine, and revealing a smile that could topple a country. Sitting on the throne were the most capable generals under her command, and the generals' loyal subordinates. They were here to plan and determine the next step of the plan. No one's face was hazy with failure. Yes, all of this was according to the plan. After this battle, those naive girls should have realized the hopelessness of their decaying country, right? But they have no other way. They can only passively throw in more mystical beasts, gather the most superior forces, and seek a head-on battle to wipe us all out. The beautiful demoness of the devil cult revealed a playful smile. And at that time, they will hopelessly find that we have prepared a big surprise for them. Right, my general? No, hierarch, you are wrong. The general responded to her with a smile full of evil desire. His eyes were filled with undisguised greed as they landed on the alluring body of the demonic sex demoness. At the same time, the general's subordinates put down the food and wine in their hands. Their big hands covered in greasy soup wiped the corners of their mouths carelessly. Those vulgar and ugly males laughed strangely, licking the corners of their mouths with their thick and dirty tongues, setting up tall tents below. Cold and elegant beauties. Vulgar and ugly men, all of them. The general slowly approached the demoness. "This surprise is also for you." With a gulp, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This composition, this character, this plot, this brush strokes, it was really too tempting. The fire in the men's hearts burned fiercely. They couldn't wait to see the next part. Their eyes quickly shifted, trying to find the picture that seduced the primitive impulse, but they only saw a patch of red. To be precise, it was a long piece of red cloth that completely covered the content below, leaving only a small corner. That brief glimpse of the scene made people's breathing heavier. A section of the red cloth was in Sun Lang's hand. A rough military official shouted at the top of his voice, "Sun Lang, what are you doing? Why are you not letting us see it?" Sun Lang gave a simple and honest smile. "We have finished the free content. Next is the VIP chapter. Do you know what it means to put it on the shelves? If you want to see the next content, you have to pay." It was AF King loss for the Empire that this guy didn't become the Minister of Revenue. The Empress looked at it slowly and blushed when she saw it. She reprimanded, "What are you drawing? It's unsightly." Sun Lang spread out his hands. "I am trying to show that the dark forces are crazy and don't recognize their own family. They treat betrayal as a common occurrence and have no sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. It highlights their despicable cruelty. Sirs, don't you agree?" Chapter 11:14. That's right, that's right. Except for a few thin-skinned civil officials, everyone else nodded their heads in agreement. After all, there were no outsiders here, so they didn't need to pretend. These famous officials all let themselves go. Hoodoo was a country of martial arts, and they were not only high-ranking officials, but also powerful people, who would pretend to be virtuous and serious. Martial arts required a clear mind, so of course they would say whatever they wanted to say. At this moment they just wanted to go to work. As long as they could help Sun Lang unlock the VIP chapter, even if this guy claimed to be the most pure and upright man in the world, they would still hold their noses and nod their heads in agreement. Empress, your old ideas are not enough. Times have changed. My lord, it is a more prosperous era of entertainment now. We have to look at the rise of some new things with a more tolerant view. This kind of plot is also a form of cultural expression. Can the things of scholars be called erotic? Sun Lang earnestly criticized Empress. Empress couldn't argue with him. Moreover, she respected her status and couldn't argue with Sun Lang about this kind of erotic plot. Therefore, she angrily shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Therefore, General Shinsei turned to the senior officials and each of them took out another 10,000 taels of silver. This is to support cultural creation. Don't be so sad. My lords, you have witnessed the birth of a new form of creation. This means that a new culture is sprouting. From today onwards, within 100 years, this kind of culture will definitely flourish, and the future young people of the empire will grow up under the influence of this culture. In the end, they will become dolphins. I mean, young people full of love and gentleness. Sun Lang passionately said, "History will remember today. History will record today. People in the future will know that today, in General Shen's residence, right here. That's enough. I don't want my name to go down in history because of this." However, the payment was finished. Everyone paid the money with a gloomy face. This time, the majority led the minority. Even if there were people who didn't want to pay, they still chose to pay under the gloomy eyes of the majority. Okay. After receiving the money, Sun Lang said with a warm smile, "Warm reminder, this chapter has been successfully subscribed." He pulled open the red satin and showed the new contents to everyone. The demoness of the demonic sect, who was holding a banquet to entertain her subordinates, was betrayed. The general and his fat and ugly subordinates approached with a hideous grin. The demoness was surprised at first, but she did not panic. She was the leader of the dark forces. Not only did she have great power, but she also had great strength. Even if her subordinates rebelled, she could still kill all of these daring rebels. She could use their blood to intimidate the restless people so that they would not dare to act rashly. But just as she raised her hand, her beautiful face suddenly changed color. "So, are you going to use your invincible black silver star to kill us?" The general laughed maniacally. "Since I've already decided to betray you, how could I not be prepared for this?" What, before the demoness, who was both shocked and furious, could even speak, her arms were grabbed by the two large men who were closing in on her. Her fiery, seductive, and curvaceous body violently struggled to draw out an arc that would cause one's blood to boil. Along with the sound of silk tearing, her gorgeous embroidered robe was violently torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. She screamed, cursed, and struggled fiercely, but this only made the panting men laugh even more excitedly. The two ugly men even stretched out their pig-like fat faces and licked the demoness' beautiful face with their disgusting saliva dripping from their tongues. Her beauty was blasphemed, her nobility was violated. The demoness of the demonic sect let out a weak scream. She closed her eyes and turned her swan-like beautiful neck to the side, looking even more delicate and pitiful. It was a stark contrast to the lecherous men next to her. But a few screams attracted her attention. The demoness opened her eyes and looked to the side. Her loyal bodyguard captain had already been pressed to the ground. Her maids and personal guards had also lost the strength to resist and were tightly pressed down by the ugly men. The entire tent had become a depraved place to vent their desires. The ferocious face of the general was constantly magnified. What do you want to do?" The general revealed a smile full of evil desire. "I want all the women in the world to become my beep, to serve us." He pounced onto the demonic woman's well-developed and peerlessly beautiful body, held down her arms, bit down on her chest, and enjoyed his prey like a lion. He tore, laughed madly, licked, bit, and sucked, whereas the demonic woman could only powerlessly resist and was utterly unable to stop his invasion. Then, the general took off his coat and grabbed the demoness' tattered clothes with both hands. The night is still long. Many men are waiting for your favor, my lord hierarch. He tore off the last piece of cloth on his prey and bent down with a hideous smile. Then there was nothing left. In the dark background, there was a lonely sentence. So, quietly, a coup d'état took place in the dark forces. The leader was replaced, and the cruel and lustful general took the position. The forces of light knew nothing about it. Sun Lang. The roars of more than a dozen ministers broke through the sky. Their voices were loud and clear, their inner chi was long, and their emotions were sincere. It was really shocking. The members of the world's #1 tenor chorus stared at Sun Lang in unison, as if they wanted to tear him apart and devour him. Because just now they had been cheated by the Empire's highest standards. This was incredible. One had to know that this group of readers were all high-ranking officials of the country. Moreover, they were all people who were skilled in martial arts. The law could not stop them at all. If they were angry, they would never do something as useless as sending razor blades. They would only publish physical reviews in person. But there was one more thing. The similarity between readers and authors was actually very close. For example, if the author was kind, then his readers would be kind. If the author had moral integrity, then his readers would have moral integrity. Because birds of a feather flock together, the readers who ridiculed, mocked, and slandered the author all day long were actually ridiculing, mocking, and slandering the author himself. Alas, why bother? According to this rule, if these dozen old readers could fight, Sun Lang could also fight. He was quite good at fighting. As expected of the Shinsei general, in the face of these unkind eyes, he didn't change his expression and calmly responded. With a creative freedom should be fully protected face, he blinked and asked, "Ah? What's wrong? Are you angry? Why? What's wrong? What do you think is wrong?" Someone said angrily, "When you draw at the most critical moment, you turn the brush to another place. Can't you let people feel happy? Where did you learn this bad habit?" Sun Lang stretched out his finger and pointed to his lips. He said innocently, "I don't know. I just drew like this unconsciously. I'm really sorry." "This is worth 10,000 taels of silver? No way refund." Hearing this, Sun Lang's face immediately changed. "The money is in my pocket, and you want me to spit it out? Why don't you go rob the Emperor's treasury? The chances of survival would be higher." He explained, "I really don't understand what you are talking about. There is a limit to the amount of space, and the creation has to be detailed and appropriate. Do you understand? The plot has progressed to this point, and everyone knows what happened. Is there any point in continuing to talk about the details? You have to use more strokes to describe the next plot." None of the important officials were easy to deal with. Other than a few hypocritical civil officials who cared more about their reputation, the military generals did not care about anything else. One by one, they took out their military ruffian mannerisms and shouted, "Interesting! I like this style. Draw quickly. Draw quickly for me. Draw now. I'll pay more if you draw it. You even know how to spend money to order a custom book. You really keep up with the times." Sun Lang proudly said, "Unfortunately, even if I die, even if I jump into this lake, I won't take more than 1 tael of silver from you. I won't draw more for money." While they were arguing, Empress's face was flushed red. The eunuchs were heartbroken, and they took the opportunity to kneel beside the Empress. "We should die 10,000 times to let you see this. You are a pure and innocent fairy. How can you look at this kind of dirty painting? We dare to ask you to leave." If it was a normal person who dared to let Empress see this kind of obscene painting, the eunuchs would have already jumped up and killed them. However, Sun Lang's arrogance was monstrous, and the court officials were all attracted to him. The eunuchs didn't dare to say anything that would offend him. They could only ask her to leave so that they could follow. Sun Lang smiled and said, "Empress, don't be anxious. The best part is yet to come. Didn't you come to visit the important officials to find out the truth behind Hikari Kensei's madness? Are you going to abandon this important matter of the country? With this accusation, Empress couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Moreover, she didn't seem to want to leave. She was relieved to get out of this embarrassing situation, but she still said, "What kind of person is the general? To draw such unsightly pictures." Sun Lang just smiled. "The plot needs it, the plot needs it. This is to show the brutality and lust of the villains, so that the readers will be worried about the safety of the girls of the light forces." As soon as this was said, the noisy ministers stopped arguing. The eyes of the dogs lit up one after another, like dozens of searchlights. That's right. The betrayed witch of the demon sect met with this kind of drama. And the leaders of the light forces are all kinds of beautiful girls. That's good, Sun Lang. You're really something. Imagination is the most important survival skill for humans. Shakespeare once said that if there are 1,000 readers, there will be 1,000 pure and innocent girls. When they thought of the villainous general's evil declaration, the treatment of the witch of the demon sect, and the unique beauties of the light forces, the people became excited. They couldn't wait any longer. "Please continue reading," Sun Lang said. "Then let's continue reading." After completing the rebellion, the general quickly gained power and completed the integration of power. Then, he made a new declaration of war to the entire world of light. He wanted to establish a country to serve. And with this as the guiding principle, he sent wild male soldiers to launch a massive attack. The Light Alliance was tit for tat. Both sides launched attacks on various battlefields, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. The advanced weapons of the Dark Army killed a large number of light soldiers, but the mystical beast envoys relied on their powerful supernatural powers to deal heavy blows to the enemy. Both sides had victories and losses. In addition to the cruel war scenes, there were also some plots that were pleasing to the eye. For example, the captive female mystical beast envoys were treated humanely, and so on. Of course, there were no details. At most, there were close-ups of the tearful and frightened girls' faces, and ugly enemy soldiers with evil smiles on their faces. Then, there were blackened text. And so, the poor girls were tortured for an entire night with thick torture instruments. And in the next battle, the Dark Army soldiers who participated in the torture of the captive girls would all die tragically on the battlefield. And they died in an extremely cruel way. There was no exception. The reason was unknown. Men and women were attracted by the plot, step by step. How could a feudal country with a lack of spiritual culture experience the modern entertainment methods of Earth? In addition to the intense battles, the fate of the young female leaders of the light forces also affected the readers' hearts. Sun Lang would arrange moments of benefit from time to time. There were even plots where the young female leaders were defeated and almost captured. The process was very exciting and nerve-wracking. The plot progressed steadily. Until one of the military strategy meetings, the princess proposed a battle plan. Release a large number of tactical deceptions, secretly dispatch elite troops, and concentrate a strong army that gathered several of the strongest mystical beast envoys, a large number of elite mystical beast envoys, and elite troops. Seek a decisive battle with the enemy's main force, destroy the enemy's command center in one fell swoop, behead the enemy's leader, and end the war as soon as possible. This proposal was approved, and the place chosen as the final battlefield was a stretch of mountains. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.